Chapter 426, Chapter 424 The Serpent of Midgard, the Great Serpent. It looks like Kull is no match for the sentry. Spider-Man captured the scene just now, but when he took a look, his excitement froze. Because the speed of Robert Reynolds's hand greatly exceeded the limit of human vision and also exceeded the shutter speed of a camera, the photos were blurry, and nothing could be seen. I recommend asking Iron Man to get you a better camera so you can get a useful shot. A relaxed, amused voice rang out from behind Spider-Man. Peter Parker turned his head and saw that it was Luke. Master Sorcerer Supreme. Mr. Stark doesn't have time for this. He's having a blast. Spider-Man grinned through his mask. The iron battle suit, with its barrels sticking out from all over, acted as a mobile fortress, pouring out the fire with impunity. With just one man holding back Kull's army of the dead, he created an opportunity for the Allies to push forward at a steady pace. Master, who do you think will win? Spidey, who was inexplicably distressed and a little restrained, took the initiative to find a topic of conversation. Sorcerer Supreme's reputation had long been known among the Avengers. Superman's gruesome record of punching Juggernaut, kicking Odin and killing Absorbing Man had been spreading at an alarming rate and had become the talk of the superheroes for some time now. Up to this moment, the allied armies of the Nine Realms hadn't retreated, and the Avengers hadn't lost hope. A large part of the reason for this was because of Luke. His presence had led many to believe that the serpent, Kull, wasn't an unbeatable being. It's hard to say. Let's see how much the sentry can do. Luke had finished warming up and could join the battle at any time. He was just waiting for the opportunity to get more information. A battle of equals, in itself, was a battle of information. As an equal All-Father, Luke was able to defeat Odin. Part of the reason for this was because the God King knew nothing about him. The Devastator card drew on the energy of the sun and grew stronger as it fought, with unimaginable endurance. Had Odin known all this and chosen a different approach, the outcome might have been somewhat different. It was important to be cautious against any opponent, especially in the Marvel Universe. This was what Luke thought. How much he can do. Spider-Man muttered these words. He couldn't help but wonder. Is it possible that such a strong sentry hasn't used his full strength yet? Luke glanced at Peter Parker and figured out what the other party was thinking. He just smiled and didn't explain. The sentry's combat power fluctuated greatly. He was the most powerful man on Earth with the power of 1,000,000 exploding stars, only when he had merged with the void and remained at the peak of his sanity. When drugged out of his mind, the sentry's ability to fight would be significantly reduced due to his mental instability and inability to use his powers wisely. Such a contradiction. Luke saw the golden sentry, which smashed Kull into the bottom of the sea with just one strike, and a look of enthusiasm passed through his eyes. On the one hand, he was worried that the God of Fear would provoke the void in Robert Reynolds. On the other hand, he was eager to have a fierce and even dangerous battle with a strong opponent. Just like Batman, when facing Superman, asked one thing. Tell me, do you bleed? Since becoming Superman, Luke rarely had to face mortal danger. He was always relaxed, always unflustered. Because no matter how powerful the enemy was, they couldn't threaten him. But the appearance of the sentry slightly changed this fact. By rough estimation, the sentry, in his unhinged state, was on the level of an All-Father. If the negative personality was triggered and the void went online, it should be able to break the limit and become a monolith level. In other words, there was a chance that Superman would be killed by the sentry. It's a thrill to think about. Luke grinned. Kull, who fell into the deep sea, crumbled and disintegrated without spilling a single drop of blood. The sentry, he's out of control. The god of fear was annoyed and regretted that he didn't have enough power to control the guy. He was always obedient before, but why did he suddenly change? He exhaled a breath of air, his pupils narrowed, and his eyes turned cold. The pitch-black depths of the sea abruptly kick up a fierce tide. In the open and boundless underwater world, a turbulent undercurrent surged like a giant dragon making waves. Crack! Crack! The ice cap on which the allied army of the Nine Realms stood seemed to crack as if an earthquake had occurred. Boom! An iceberg floating on the sea suddenly disintegrated and turned into powder. It was as if it had been smashed by a tremendous force. The serpent. The great serpent. There were many shouts of surprise. An indescribably large snake's head slowly emerged from the sea of ice. The hard, solid iceberg, which had never melted for ages, looked so small in front of the serpent's raised head. This is the real Kull. Luke carried Spider-Man up into the air. In total, Antarctica, with its 14 million square kilometers, didn't seem large enough to hold the entire body of the serpent. With just one gentle movement, the sea of ice rippled, and the continental shelf seemed like it was breaking apart. Sentry. The serpent stared at the flying golden figure with its cold pupils. The chaos that the worthy provoked and the fear that spread through Midgard were enough to restore Kull to his all-father level of strength. Unfortunately, the plan to destroy the 8 realms and break through the limit had failed. The Sorcerer Supreme defeated Juggernaut and killed Absorbing Man, while the Sentry killed another one. Not only the worthy, but the Hammer of Fear was also missing. What a mess. It's a big ant. Robert Reynolds's transfixed eyes saw the serpent as a giant black dot. Such a response naturally aroused the boundless anger of the god of fear. It raised its head and slammed into him. With this one action, the continent shook, and the ice cap broke. Beneath the depths, the immense body wreaked tsunami-like devastation. Boom! The sentry didn't run away. In fact, in his current state, he didn't know how to fight. He only clenched his 5 fingers, made a fist, and swung it hard. The air seemed to have been squeezed into a cannonball, and it was heading for Kull's head. A terrifying force ripped out a straight vacuum column. The hardened scales, which no adamantium weapon could cut through, burst into pieces, and a gaping wound opened. The dark green blood poured into the sea of ice like heavy rain. In just a few breaths, countless bodies were floating in the sea. There were marine life and people of the allied army of the 9 realms that were unfortunately contaminated. The serpent's blood was highly toxic. In the prophecy, it was said that Thor, the god of thunder, died as a result of bathing in the blood of the serpent. Raw. Seemingly in pain, the serpent raised its head and hissed loudly. The clouds dissipated, and the earth shook. From its mouth, a large stream of poisonous gas spewed out. Like a cloud of smoke, slowly dispersing. Hiss. The sentry didn't avoid it. After he was hit, his skin and flesh looked like they were eroded by sulfur. A large scar spread out. The unbearable pain caused Robert Reynolds to scream in agony. He was just a poor drug addict, not a powerful soldier. Despite having incredible strength, his will had never been sharpened. After being injured, the sentry seemed to lose his will to fight and tried to run away. But how could Kull, the serpent, spare him? It opened its bloody mouth wide. Its fangs were as sharp as the great pillars of the Roman temple. A deep breath, like a hurricane rolling through, pulled at Robert Reynolds. In a matter of seconds, the golden century was swallowed by the serpent. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 427, Chapter 425. What are you relying on to stop me, Sorcerer Supreme? Hiss. Hiss. The belly of the serpent was like an aqua pond filled with corrosive liquid. The sentry was swallowed up by the bloody jaws and fell down a slippery, sticky, dark passage. The inner wall around it kept squeezing, suffused with thick greenish venom poured down like an open faucet. It didn't take long to cover the lower half of Robert Reynolds's body. Ah! Ah! The piercing scream echoed in the narrow space. The sentry didn't have a strong spirit. His face was distorted by the pain, and thick, blue veins burst out. Snot and tears surged together, and bean-sized sweat came out all over his forehead. At the moment, Robert Reynolds, a powerful man, was no different from ordinary people. Every muscle in his face trembled and twitched as he felt the delicate process of flesh and blood being melted away by the venom. In just a few breaths, the sentry's two long, muscular legs were reduced to two white bones. This was far more cruel and torturous than death. Robert Reynolds nearly collapsed at the sight of the vacant lower half of his body. This was a symbol of his masculinity, the inalienable dignity of men. Pain, fear, like an effective catalyst, causing the madness that dominated his mind to grow even more incomprehensible. I don't want to die. The sentry felt like he was going to die, like a drowning man struggling for his life. Panicked, he swung his fists, no longer skimping on the infinite amount of stellar energy. Boom! 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 The terrifying force raged and tore at the serpent. The sentry, who was close to a mental breakdown, shouted. It ran down the esophagus and smashed through a thick mountainous spine. Raw. Carl, who had raised his head and looked down on all beings with cold pupils, thinking he had won, felt a sharp twinge of pain. He never expected that the sentry hadn't been melted away by the venom in his body. Instead, he was upside down in his body, on the rampage. It hurts. The unimaginably huge body of the serpent involuntarily tumbled. As a proud Asgardian, presumably, he hadn't read China's 4 great classical novels, especially Journey to the West. Otherwise, the god of fear would surely know that it was irrational to swallow the enemy whole. I don't want to die. The sentry flew at full speed. The melted flesh grew and healed rapidly thanks to his superb self-healing ability. A torrent of energy, like a cannon, pierced the tail of the serpent. With a raised hand, he tore open the rectum of the great serpent and burst straight out of the cloaca. The serpent cried out in pain as his true body was wounded. As if stimulated, the huge, gigantic body rolled over. The entire continent of Antarctica shattered and ripped apart in a tsunami of apocalyptic proportions. The sentry's face still looked fierce. The pain had taken such a toll on his mind that he had unconsciously switched on his survival mechanism. For humans, when they can't cope with intense emotions or extreme pain, they pass out. But Robert Reynolds was different. If his life were in danger, he would fall into despair. The negative personality hidden in his consciousness would appear. For example, right now, the sentry's pupils were devoid of focus, their radiance abruptly dulled, as if a computer had been rebooted. Seconds later, the open pupils turned black, and a destructive wave spread out. It was as if the air was being gripped by a large hand, constantly making explosive sounds. I'll crush you to death. A hoarse voice reverberates across the open landscape. The sentry's body moved instantaneously at sublight speed with the slightest thought. It was like a flash of lightning that arrived in a split second. A heavy fist, like a huge hammer that crushed space, smashed onto the head of the serpent. Boom! It was as if a planet had collided with him, and in a thousandth of a second, the terrible force spread throughout the God of Fear's entire body. The hard scales, the huge body, ruptured with a bang, turning into endless pieces of flesh and blood. This ant. I'll crush you to death, the sentry said with a cold face. In his dark eyes, there was no compassion for life and no mercy for his enemies. Nothing but the void. The ultimate nothingness where nothing exists beyond the destruction of all things. Finally, willing to let me out. You fucking coward. The sentry spoke with contempt towards Robert Reynolds, the original owner of his body. In his opinion, that guy was an example of how to make a mess of everything. The hardest fists and the toughest flesh in the world, but he didn't know how to use them. At least satisfy one's personal desires as a human being. For example, be ambitious. He could kill all the superheroes in the world who resist him and rule the world. It was fine to be less ambitious, to indulge in lust, to indulge in desire, to vent the possessive instincts of a male creature. But Robert Reynolds did nothing. All he had in his head was becoming some kind of shitty superhero. This was simply ridiculous. While that loser is unconscious, why don't I destroy half the world first and then enjoy his poor and pathetic expression? The sentry revealed a crazy, psychotic smile. It wasn't difficult for him to blow up a planet. Then it's decided. Sentry, who had made up his mind, didn't bother with Cull. It was just a dead snake. Destroying the world was much more fun. Mr. Sentry, shouldn't you ask for my opinion before destroying the Earth? Suddenly, a calm voice came from behind. The sentry narrowed his eyes. He was surprised that, with his vigilance, he didn't notice anyone approaching him. This wasn't normal. He turned and found that the other party was wearing a similar battle suit, his dark red cloak fluttering behind him. Who are you? The sentry, in the void state, seemed much more polite than Robert Reynolds, who sees people as ants without even thinking. The Sorcerer Supreme of this universe. Luke returned the smile and said, Mr. Sentry, I'm afraid you don't know that just a few days ago, there was an old man who wanted to destroy this planet too. Oh, and how did it go? The sentry seemed curious and asked. I gave him a good beating and convinced him to give up his idea with love and justice. Luke answered seriously. So, Sorcerer Supreme, do you think he's stronger than me? The sentry asked in a maniacal manner, with a glint in his dark eyes. That's certainly not true. Only from the surface of it, you're definitely the better fighter. Luke was honest. Do you think you are better than me? The sentry asked again. It's not easy to say, it depends on the outcome. Luke was humble. So, Sorcerer Supreme, what are you going to stop me with? Love and justice. The sentry's lips curled up in a sarcastic smile. He didn't give a damn about this stranger, who came out of nowhere. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 428, Chapter 426 Genuine and Pirated, Who is the Best on Earth? The sentry's puffed-up attitude didn't irritate Superman but rather brought a slight curve to his lips. If it were the complete void, surely there wouldn't be any human feelings. It would be a cold machine that only knew destruction and devastation. Not to mention so much meaningless nonsense, he might not even show any emotions. It can be seen that the sentry, at this time, wasn't a formidable enemy that couldn't be confronted. A lawless maniac like you, a butcher who has no regard for life, should indeed be educated with love and justice. After a general assessment of his opponent's strengths, Luke ended the exchange of malicious words. The space beneath his feet shook, and the air current exploded. The dark red cloak billowed, bringing up a splash of brilliance. A fist, hard enough to sink half of the ice sheet, was constantly enlarged in the eyes of the sentry. His super senses couldn't be sharper, and he was frantically alerted. It seemed that there was a big word, death, engraved on that fist. The sentry, who lacked combat experience, didn't expect Superman to make such a big move as soon as he made a move. Boom! 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 The atmosphere was viciously compressed, and the friction caused a red glow. The clouds were scattered, and the whole sky was illuminated. In a tenth of a second, Superman's fist slammed against the sentry. Crack! Luke raised an eyebrow, a twinkle of surprise in his eyes. He had faced many enemies since his debut. There weren't many opponents who could take his fists head-on and survive. The sentry did it. Luke saw him react in a fraction of a second, opening his palms, crossing them to his chest, and then firmly caught his fists. Not bad. Superman's mind flashed, giving the guy a compliment. The power that could sink a continent, like a sharp blade, cut straight through the sentry's tall body. A non-human body that could completely resist nuclear explosions, like a tattered sandbag. Instantly, his chest caved in, and his bones shattered with a loud wail. The entire body arched in a shocking curve as if someone had broken his spine, and he vomited out a large amount of blood. Despite some embarrassment, the sentry managed to stop it. Doesn't the Sorcerer Supreme have any virtue at all? Not even a word before a fight. How despicable. In a faint voice, the sentry denounced Superman's deviousness and shamelessness. His twisted face was covered with blood, but he revealed a crazy smile. Now, it's my turn. The two palms across his chest gripped Superman's fist as if he was about to crush it. At the same time, the sentry tilted his head back and slammed his head forward. A headbutt. It's just that Luke, who had the Kryptonian Warrior LV2 card, didn't give the other party a chance. He predicted the sentry's move and hit him back with his hard head. Bang! The atmosphere shook, and thunder rumbled. An iceberg below was instantly reduced to snow and disintegrated. The mere sound waves from the battle between the two were too powerful. Sorry, there is no such thing as your turn. Luke's eyes slightly narrowed as the high-temperature rays spilled out and turned into energy. Boom! Like tens of thousands of tons of explosives bursting in unison, the air currents were intense. An invisible force field wrapped around the two, sending them flying. They were like two meteors, causing severe friction in the atmosphere, emitting strong flames. During their full-speed flight, Superman and the sentry didn't stop but engaged in thousands of violent collisions. In one of the most dangerous cases, the bodies of both sides collided. Like broken porcelain, fine cracks appeared. The blood curdled into threads, which were then vaporized by the aftermath of the battle. Whether it was Superman or the Sentry. After suffering such terrible injuries, they could still recover in an instant. It was like two machines competing at high speed with each other. Vitality, defense, recovery speed. They kept clashing and healing. An infinite supply of stellar energy, like gods of war bathed in sunlight, never getting tired. Both seemed to be immortal and could recover from any serious injury within a few breaths, provided it wasn't fatal. This incredible self-healing ability had far surpassed Wolverine. Boom bang. Bang bang bang. The rapid flight of the two men brought about a series of bursts, leaving a long vacuum in their wake. In a matter of moments, it struck from the Antarctic to Australia. Bang! The clash of fist and palm sent a powerful aftershock. The towering buildings close to the battlefield collapsed like an overbaked crisp biscuit. Before the humans below knew what was happening, the two magnificent figures standing in the sky had disappeared. When they appeared again, they were already in Paris, France. Loud roar sounded in Champ de Mars, which attracted everyone to look up. However, before they could see Superman and the Sentry clearly, a figure like a cannonball crashed straight through the Eiffel Tower. The 7,000-ton landmark building looked like butter sliced through with a red-hot knife, revealing a smooth cut. After destroying the icon of French culture, the culprit crashed into the ground. Champ de Mars seemed to have been bombed by a large shell. The hard ground rippled in all directions from the fallen figure. Do you feel the love and justice from the Sorcerer Supreme now? Superman, standing in midair, looked down at the Sentry, whose chest bore a gaping hole. You fucker! The Sentry spat out a curse, his dark eyes filled with madness. The golden figure drew a straight line and slammed into Luke. Boom! Another explosion. The clouds overhead looked like torn wool, leaving two clear flight paths. Where did they go? Iron Man, still in Antarctica, was trying to capture the battle between Superman and the Sentry through Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D.S satellites. At this point in time, everyone has been relegated to a supporting role, unable to intervene in the battle and slaughter between the two most powerful men on Earth. Thor, the god of thunder, who should have been in the limelight and fulfilled the prophecy, gazed up at the sky in awe. Then, as he looked down at the broken and scattered ice field, a feeling of insignificance came over him. It turned out that there would be a time when the gods of Asgard would appear weak. Superman and the Sentry were engaged in a battle that surpassed the All-Father level. He was curious, who would be the winner and the strongest human on Earth? You can't kill me. You'll just make me even crazier. A blurred, violent voice emerged from the roaring air currents. Strong muscles twisted together like a titan from ancient times to deflect Luke's punch to the head. With the pain of his broken arms, the Sentry lifted his knee and slammed it into Superman's chest. Then, the two rapidly healing arms threw a dazzling combination of punches. Luke was passive and beaten. He uncontrollably flew straight out of the atmosphere, destroying one of Stark Industries' satellites in the process. But presumably, with Iron Man's character, he wouldn't look for him to claim compensation. Under the dark starry sky, the blue planet gradually shrunk. Luke opened up his bioforce field to stabilize his flying body. Let's see what you've got. He looked directly at the increasingly crazy and powerful Sentry and took the initiative to provoke him. He used his psychic powers and provoked the guy's mind. Sensing the contempt, the Sentry grinned and accelerated with all his might. The crimson heat vision across the darkness of the starry sky was like the light of a great sword, sweeping across the universe. In the past, on Earth, Luke always felt that his hands were tied, afraid of damaging a continent or a planet. But now, he didn't have to worry about it anymore. The feeling of ease rose from his chest and went straight to his brain. Superman also waved his invincible fist at the sentry. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 16 comments. Vote. Chapter 429, Chapter 427 Facing Death, the Void appears. This was a tough battle. For either side. Whether it was Superman or the Sentry, it was the same. They were like two celestial objects on a collision course. Their clashes caused a frenzy of violent rays and energy particles that illuminated the deep, dark space. The darkness of space served as a backdrop, and the stars were like flickering beacons. As the main characters, Superman and the Sentry. On one side, he was white and dazzling, dissolving all things. On the other side, there was a majestic golden light and an awe-inspiring presence. The two figures confronted each other in space, emitting the same terrifying aura. Although the battlefield was changed to space, the aftermath caused by their encounter was still astonishing, as if a violent tidal wave of energy had been whipped up in the void, impacting the barriers of space. All kinds of tiny invisible particles collided and burst into a glorious display of cosmic splendor, making for a rare cosmic spectacle. Huff. Huff. Luke was panting heavily, his chest heaving like a bellows. Sweat that had just come out of his forehead instantly evaporated. The tattered battle suit slowly recovered, and his left arm weakly dangled. He felt like he was playing a real-life fighting game. The difference between the two sides was very small in terms of blood recovery speed, blocking technique, and explosive damage. The key to winning or losing wasn't who was stronger or faster. Rather, it was a question of who could hold out longer in such intense combat. Because as long as it's not a certain death situation, Superman and the Sentry could recover quickly and continue to fight. What kind of monster are you? Burning with a golden flame, like a huge celestial body, the Sentry, with an extremely strange look, gazed at Luke in the distance. He was in a worse condition than Superman, who was somewhat in disarray. Although his chest was covered with ferocious holes from heat vision, the flesh was squirming and gradually growing. Compared with the previous instant recovery, the Sentry's self-healing speed had slowed down. Monster. I'm the good guy. Aware of the other's mental fluctuations, Luke responded with a smile. At this point in the battle, time had become irrelevant. If this situation continued to develop, even if he could do this all day like Captain America, a week's worth of energy was consumed. Doesn't he ever get tired? Sentry's crazy expression showed a look of doubt. He couldn't understand that even he, who had the power of 1,000,000 stars, had suffered a drastic decline in physical strength after the high-intensity battle. But this young Sorcerer Supreme was still calm. At best, his breathing was a little heavy. As if this kind of intense battle, for him, was just a matter of climbing 5 flights of stairs. To borrow a quote from a friend of mine, I could play all day, all week, or all month. Luke's mouth curled up in a provocative smile. But only if you can hold up. At this time, the Sentry was a mentally unstable madman. To provoke him was easier than taunting people in chats in online games. Sure enough, after being provoked, Sentry, who was about to stop when his anger subsided, had a cold glint in his dark eyes. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the golden light flames twisted and flashed. The sentry crossed the void and appeared to Superman's right. His arm was raised, and his elbow was bent, aiming directly at Luke's head. The latter reacted quickly, also using a strong flash-like movement to avoid the sentry's attack. Such a fierce and swift attack and defense. In just a millisecond, they switched between each one, hundreds of times. It was a close fight, but no one could touch anyone. With each fist swing and leg kick, the vibrations and explosions caused were annihilated in the dark and silent vacuum environment silently. Only the torrent of surging and turbulent energy destroyed the surrounding cosmic dust and crushed it into smaller particles. The two men fought fiercely while moving at high speed. Boom! Superman punched out a terrifying force of energy. Sentry was unable to dodge, and his left arm was shattered into flesh and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Luke's arm was caught by the other party and violently torn off. The scene was extremely bloody. Like two fierce beasts fighting to the death. But Superman was much fiercer than the sentry, who quickly backed up and prepared to recover from his injuries first. The bioforce field was fully opened, and the heavy pressure delayed the opponent's actions for a moment. Less than a millisecond became an opportunity to seize. Superman accelerated at full speed and closed in on the sentry. The palm of his hand opened up and pressed heavily on his head. 5 fingers close together and tighten. Ah! Ah! The sentry let out a frantic scream, and the fear of death instantly overwhelmed his mind. He clearly felt that his hard skull was sinking as if squeezed by a terrible force. The madness before death urged the sentry to release all of his strength. He roared silently. The sound waves were swallowed up by the dark void of space. The golden flames emanating from his body immediately surged, and terrifying energy was released from his eyes. A raging particle stream in heat, like a flood, swept through everything. Zizzy. Zizzy. Even as the huge energy of the laser stream of light bombarding on his body, Luke still held the sentry's head and didn't let go. "You haven't learned a thing, Sentry." Luke, with a relaxed smile, sent a message into his mind. In battle, sometimes it's about the courage to face death. Boom! At the moment when the mental fluctuation dissipated, Superman showed no mercy. He closed his palm and gripped even harder. The sentry's head, like a watermelon pierced by a bullet, directly burst and shattered. The red and white mixed turbid liquid, as well as the residue of the meat, were all evaporated by the high temperature and disappeared. Only the headless body stood quietly in the void. The golden flame, like a candle in the wind, faded down. Luke couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he realized that the sentry's life was annihilated. The body of Superman, whose magnitude was comparable to that of a planet, had a slight tear when it was confronted with the laser beam. Like broken porcelain, it was about to collapse. He was facing the young, warm star. Hungry and thirsty for the radiant rays. The arm torn off by the sentry quickly grew back. "The Devastator card is really useful," Luke whispered. Superman from the studio next door didn't have this extraordinary recovery ability. Now, as long as his brain was intact, he could recover from any serious injury. And after taking single damage, the immunity would also be greatly improved. Killing him was an impossible task. Superman and Doomsday. Luke smiled and lifted the newly grown arm. The sun's rays shone on his face through his fingers. "By the way, I almost forgot the last strike." Luke looked at the headless body in the void and held out a finger. The extreme energy was compressed and condensed into a dazzling point of light. Swoosh! It shot out. The terrible energy penetrated the sentry's flesh and exploded from the inside out. On Earth, this would be enough to sink the North American continent and trigger an apocalyptic disaster. Superman never took it lightly when dealing with a strong opponent who deserved vigilance and respect. Ha! Luke, who was engaged in the one-stop funeral service business, suddenly raised his eyebrows and realized something was wrong. The sentry, whose skull was crushed and lifeless, didn't seem to be dead. The sentry was subjected to a shot of a high-temperature laser beam, but something strange was happening. The energy attack released by Superman didn't cause him fatal damage but seemed to be absorbed. Hoo-hoo! A red, blood-like sharp limb crawled out of the ruptured skull. A dark shadow overshadowed the golden flame that erupted from and released by the sentry. Its twisted tentacles stretched out, transforming one of the Earth's most powerful beings into a monster. Luke's pupils contracted, and his body tightened as if he had sensed danger. The void. A name was squeezed out of his throat. Comment. 11 comments. Vote. Chapter 430, Chapter 428 Blowing up the planet and seeing the sun. The void. It was a negative personality in the sentry. As the saying goes, because of the plot, justice always looked 3 times weaker, and falling into evil would always look 3 times stronger. This law was applicable to any film, television, and literary works. The sentry claimed to have the power of millions of stars, but in fact, under normal conditions, he only had the strength of 1 exploding star. Only by completely abandoning himself, letting the void take the lead, and breaking through restrictions could he fully release the terrifying force that could dominate the world. He didn't die but still could release a big upgrade now. Luke had a slight headache and rubbed his furrowed brow. With a blow to the brain, followed by a crushing shot to the bones, the sentry still couldn't completely be killed. He could only say that this guy's vitality was really tenacious. The blood-red glow, mixed with the dark shadows, merged little by little from the sentry's headless body. Sharp joints constantly popped out from behind, like wings opening up. Luke tried to attack and once again emitted a high-temperature ray that could evaporate flesh and blood from his fingertip. But, it was like a lump of clay falling into the sea, evaporating without causing any damage. If Superman had been wearing some kind of high-tech glasses that measured battle power, he would have found that the sentry's energy readings were soaring wildly and had already broken through the original limits. In other words, becoming the void, he completely broke through the shackles of being at the All-Father state. As long as he wanted to, he could destroy planets and become a humanoid catastrophe on a cosmic scale. Luke's brain was racing, thinking about how to save the situation. At the same time, the sentry, which was possessed by the dark shadow, grew a new head. It was still the same face, Robert Reynolds's look. But compared to before, there was no expression on his face, like a cold machine without feelings. The dark eyes were filled with a craving for destruction. Sorcerer. Supreme. The void raised its head, a heart-pounding cold-killing intent suddenly spread across the space between them. Luke was irritated and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Now. The void seized the opportunity. The tall figure appeared in front of Superman as if he was teleporting. In a matter of microseconds, Luke was attacked by a fierce storm. Sharp limbs easily penetrated his body, causing bright red streaks of blood. The fist, filled with terrifying power, slammed down at the same time. Luke felt as if one planet after another had crashed into him. The fully healed Superman was on the verge of collapse again. The first time experiencing a beating. Luke didn't lose his fighting spirit, but he was in the mood to laugh at himself. He raised his hands in a defensive stance, like a boxer waiting for a chance to counterattack. The explosive onslaught almost crushed the atmosphere. After a while, Superman's eyes suddenly became sharp as blood surged out of his body. He grabbed the arm waved by the void with unparalleled precision and twisted it into a spiral-like shape. Then, with a powerful kick, the opponent was sent flying. Longer bursts would inevitably slow down the speed of the punches. Luke traded a 3-minute-long passive beatdown for the chance to attack. Boom! The full force of the blow didn't turn the void into mincemeat or bombard him to bits. Like a propelled meteor, he flew backward at an alarming rate, eventually crashing into an uninhabited planet. Is this strength? It's too light. The void stood up calmly from the huge crater where the aftershocks radiated for tens of thousands of miles. He faintly scanned through, his psychic fluctuations covering the planet, and got the general information. The surface temperature is between -238 and -218 degrees Celsius, composed mainly of rocks and ice. Its mass is 1/6 that of the Moon. The surface is covered with a layer of solid nitrogen and a small amount of solid methane and carbon monoxide. This is Pluto. The void wasn't like the Sentry, whose brain was full of madness and no rationality. On the contrary, he was like a cold machine, knowing how to calculate and think. There you are. I thought you'd run away. Moments later, Luke caught up with the void and landed at the other end of Pluto. The former seemed to see it and spoke with a tone devoid of any emotions. In his view, this was just a calm statement, with no mockery. This young sorcerer supreme was indeed the most powerful of all the creatures that the void had ever seen. But compared with himself, it was still too far behind. How can you leave your back to your opponent on the battlefield? Luke said with a smile. He looked around. The planet was an ultra-low temperature hell, just like Jotunheim, where the frost giants lived. Even breathing could freeze people, turning them into ice sculptures. Then wait for me to kill you. The void said coldly. The muscles of both arms swelled up like mountains. The blood-red flames were like volcanoes, erupting violently. He was like an unstoppable sword, cutting the ice on the surface without hindrance. Boom! The distance of tens of thousands of miles only took a few moments to cross. In less than a breath, Luke saw the void's fist. He caught the lightning-like trajectory, accelerated his feet, and dodged away. The void's fist smashed into an empty spot. The terrifying force struck through the surface and condensed layers of solid nitrogen. The huge kinetic energy was like a diamond cannonball. The friction with ice and rocks caused an explosion, and a spectacular mushroom cloud grew out. With a single punch, several hundred kilometers in circumference sunk into the ground, sending up rolling waves of air. The violent turmoil set off a high-intensity, 12-magnitude earthquake. As if the whole planet was shaking. Rumble. Then you better kill me once and for all, or... Luke released a psychic wave, dashed behind the void, and also threw a punch. There will be no second chances. The enormous power seemed to distort the space, bringing up a stream of light and striking straight at him. The void's reaction was faster. He quickly turned around, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he actively waved his fists to meet the attack. Bang! Luke took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He felt like his fist had hit a white dwarf with high density, and he couldn't defeat it. The footsteps that stepped onto the planet instantly sank deeper and rapidly recoiled backward. The void wasn't much better. He was hit by the recoil force and flew straight out several kilometers away. The shock wave formed by the collision, centered on the two, released horrifying kinetic energy and heat. The surface of Pluto was lit up like a huge fireball. The blinding light radiated out, crushing and annihilating all the substances in it. A layer of the surface was abruptly scraped off, and a large crack broke out, causing an amazing explosion. Then, Superman and the Void continued to collide. After thousands of collisions, the energy from the battle tore the planet apart. In an unimaginably huge explosion, Pluto was completely reduced to space dust. However, it wasn't over. Superman and the Void were moving at high speed while constantly blasting out energy, creating one vacuum zone after another. Compared with the previous stalemate, after a fierce battle, Superman, who was facing the Void, finally showed a bit of fatigue. Again. But Luke still kept up his fighting spirit. He did his best to fly at the speed of light. The Void was in close pursuit, chasing after. In this way, the two people started a cosmic chase. Meanwhile, no one knew how many asteroids had been smashed and pierced by them. This jaw-dropping pursuit at the speed of light seemed endless. Until Luke saw an exuberant light illuminating space. They reached the sun. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 17 comments. Vote. Chapter 431, Chapter 429 Falling Down, Radiation Bursts. This is the battlefield you have chosen. The Void seemed to understand something. His mental fluctuations strafed out, and he looked at Superman near the sun. They arrived at this huge star body one after another. The powerful magnetic field released by it slowed down Superman and the Void's actions. It was as if they had chains on their body. Each swing no longer had any sense of ease. But you should know, this magnetic field and gravitational field are nothing to me. The Void thought that Superman wanted to use the sun to limit his movements so as to find a chance to turn over. Besides, under the same conditions, you will only be more affected than me. Luke smiled. He didn't say what he really thought, just like a villain. No matter how much the Void thought so, maybe the readers could guess it. He just wanted to recharge. In the face of a powerful enemy with the power of millions of stars, the energy in his body was almost squeezed clean. Fortunately, there was a young and energetic yellow sun, which released heat, radiation, and light. It slowly healed Superman's body. Then give it a try. Let's see who has the last laugh. Luke threw a provocative look, trying to anger the Void. The trick that worked well for the Sentry would be useless if it were used on a personality like the Void. Oh, how could an elephant be angry with an ant? The Void said, indicating that Luke's trick was useless. The latter's eyes flashed. He didn't say anything more. For the battle so far, his physical strength, health, and blood, these all were pushed to the limit. This was the first time Luke had felt like this since his debut. He experienced the first thrilling battle that squeezed him, pushed him so close to defeat and death. It's exciting. When he thought of that, he grinned and revealed a slight smile. Surprisingly, up to now, the sense of despair hasn't broken my psychological defenses. The void was silent, feeling the toughness of the opponent, then accelerating his feet, he rushed at Superman. The sharp limbs on his back flung wildly, like the claws and teeth of a ferocious beast, wanting to tear Luke's body in half. Luke's right hand reached out, bringing up a bright silver light. The 10th metal slashed across, and the unparalleled blade sliced off all the limbs and tentacles that were mixed with negative sentiments. Shit. The void, who had been thinking rationally, cold and indifferent, roared in anger as if he had been greatly injured, and his spirit fluctuated. Are you defeated? Luke didn't forget to ridicule. The 10th metal continued to extend, looking like a lance sweeping across the scene, hitting the injured void at the waist. The latter, like a meteorite, fell into the dark depths of space. Death. I must kill you. The result of angering the void was an even more furious attack. Those sharp limbs were the embodiment of the emotions from the negative personality. Luke's attack was equivalent to stabbing the human nerve with a sharp knife, causing severe pain. Facing the void's incoming blast, Superman swung the 10th metal. Extremely sharp silver tracks spread all over the figure in a flash, leaving no space. The face of the fierce void was a little pale with frustration. After entering the complete form, he resembled a dense white dwarf star that couldn't be harmed by normal means. But in Luke's right hand, the bright and shiny silver liquid, in his own perception, belonged to the extremely dangerous type of object. What the hell is that? He had doubts in his heart. Luke didn't want to take out the 10th metal that he had kept tucked away in his pocket, but the momentum of this battle was too explosive. Who knew if the multiverse bosses would notice? Exposing things from other universes wasn't a good thing. According to the Void's defense and density, he was theoretically impossible to be killed or hurt by any conventional weapons. Even the legendary artifact, the Gungnir, Stormbreaker, or Mjolnir, facing the Void would still have a difficult time. The only thing that could come in handy was probably the 10th metal from the studio next door. Do you think this can stop me from killing you? A hint of rage flashed across the Void's face as he let the violent silver ray of light pierce his chest. Along with the severe pain and damage, the tall body burst out with the violent energy of a collapsing star, swallowing the silver ray. Rumble. The space collapsed. You're a tough guy. Luke looked distressed and quickly withdrew the 10th metal. Taking a few deep breaths, the stellar energy flowing through his body started to bubble up, providing even more power. After the Void's body exploded, it took less than half a minute to reform. This had gone beyond the scope of self-healing ability. It was controlling molecular movement. How would he defeat a formidable enemy that couldn't be killed? Luke felt the answer in his heart. He rushed at the Void with his feet. The new body, which had been reorganized, seemed to anticipate Superman's actions. The blood-red flames almost condensed into solid form and erupted in all directions. With the horrible high temperature, the energy torrent formed by radiation instantly overwhelmed Luke. But instead of retreating, he kept going. With the cost of half his body disappearing and melting, the Void was firmly clamped in a chokehold. Have you ever embraced the sun? Luke's hoarse voice, accompanied by the turbulent airflow, reached the Void's ears. The two men plunged downward, aiming at the star that had been burning for over 4 billion years. You're crazy. Crazier than me. When the two of them crashed into the sun's atmosphere, the Void finally let out a panicked shout. The 6,000 degrees Celsius heat continuously evaporated flesh and blood of the two men. It was like being in a boiling furnace, letting the solar storm and solar flares bombard their bodies. This was a terrifying zone that even the bioforce field couldn't resist. Any energy, any existence, would be dried up and vaporized by the heat released from the star's natural power. We will all die. The void desperately struggled to get rid of Superman's hold on him, but the other party's strong arms tightly strangled his neck and pushed him to the core of the sun. In just a few moments, the two of them passed through over 100,000 kilometers of atmosphere and rushed into the core. The 15 million degrees Celsius temperature was too terrifying to accommodate any life. The twisted black shadow within the void, like melting snow, was rapidly incinerated. And Superman wasn't much better. Although he could absorb the energy of stars, when the external environment was enough to kill him, and the absorption was far less than the input, he would also be vaporized by the star, completely vaporized. To become a golden Superman, the prerequisite was to evolve to the level of a Superman Prime. Otherwise, he wouldn't even qualify to enter a sun's core and be empowered. Afraid. Luke's strained face showed a hint of a smile. In the eyes of the void, his smile seemed like the laughter of a madman, incomprehensible and frightening. Let's die together. The black eyes flashed with determination, and the void understood very well that by the time they were completely inside the core of the sun, they wouldn't last even a minute. In front of him was an incandescent space, where the terrifying heat of 10 million degrees burned everything into gas. Millions of stars. In the face of Superman's teasing eyes, the void invoked an unimaginable and terrifying power within his body. Explode. Like a sensational gamma-ray burst, which occurred in the core of the sun. The burning, brightly lit stellar object shook violently, ejecting high-temperature energy that melted everything. A violent storm ensued, which didn't die down until much later. It seemed that everything was over. From that blue planet, two of the most powerful beings ended together. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 432, Chapter 430 Cosmic Gods, Madam Death. It was dark, cold, and chaotic. This was Luke's immediate feeling about death. The extreme heat of 10 million degrees Celsius at the core of the sun could even melt and burn through the bioforce field, not to mention the steel body. In addition, the sentry finally detonated the power of the star, forming a gamma-ray burst of terrifying explosions. Under the double damage, Superman faced the first battle to the death in his life. It can be said that half of his foot had stepped into the gate of the abyss. Suddenly, Luke saw Death, one of the 5 gods in the universe, waving to himself. He didn't know if it was a near-death hallucination or a mental shock that created an imaginary image. Ahem, what a mess. Luke greedily breathed in the air. The pure white light overflowed around the tattered body and slowly seeped in. This was the light of the soul. It was used to heal the severe mental trauma suffered. His half-burned, completely carbonized, shattered body sat on a stone throne, struggling to heal his wounds. Dear Master, who has caused you such terrible harm? A beautiful woman draped in tulle, chest, waist, and hips exposed a large area of caramel-colored skin walked up to Luke. She knelt down in the most humble and faithful manner. This was the underworld. The woman who appeared was the one who signed a contract with Set, the god of death, in an attempt to build a mummy dynasty and recreate the glory of ancient Egypt, Princess Amenet. That guy Set was rather unlucky. In order to come back to life in the present world, he had been planning for thousands of years, but in the end, he was destroyed by Prodigium, led by Dr. Jekyll. Later, he fell into Superman's hand. Unfortunately, he was deprived of his godhood and authority over death and fell into eternal sleep. Luke didn't send this Egyptian princess's soul to hell but left it behind after killing Set. He didn't have time to play the role of death, establish a religion, gather believers, and gain souls. Being the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a superhero, a lieutenant general, a god on earth, the world's beacon, a sorcerer supreme. These titles were enough. If they continued to increase, he wouldn't be able to print it on a business card. Therefore, Luke asked Armanet to take care of this long-lost underworld for him. The name of the god of death, Set, had long been buried by the dust of history with the changes of dynasties and times. Faithful believers, souls that could be harvested, these were very few and far between. Accordingly, the underworld he built wasn't as ghastly and grand as it once was. It was like a deserted, dusty old palace. A guy with a mental illness. Luke said truthfully. He fell into the sun with the void, not thinking of double suicide. He had his own underworld, and he could open it at any time and escape into it. But he didn't expect that in the face of death, the void's psychological defenses would collapse first, and he would directly use the self-destruct method. It was like a gamma-ray burst of energy bombardment that almost sent Luke to hell. But then again, he and Mephisto were still old acquaintances. If he went to hell, he believed that he would get the VIP treatment. I hope the solar energy will burn the void. Luke bared his teeth. After the high intensity and long, hard battle, the speed of his recovery was now much slower. The sensation of writhing flesh and blood, like an unbearable itch, made him want to scratch all over. Change the style. I don't like palaces. Blocking out the sensory torture, Luke propped one hand on the throne, and with his words, the dilapidated palace became a spacious study. When Mephisto's Inferno Hotel is fully promoted, and I get my share, I also need to find time to take care of the underworld. An underworld, as well as the authority over death, should be used. Do you have any experience in the construction of the underworld? Luke turned his attention to Armanet. The Egyptian princess cleaned up. In fact, she actually looked good. Her curves were round and full, her figure was vigorous and powerful, revealing a hint of exoticism. If she didn't take a shower for tens of millions when she came out and her face was covered with various things, he might have agreed to roll in the sheets as she requested. Armanet, kneeling below, looked confused. She was formerly an ancient Egyptian princess who had received a royal education in warfare, military leadership, and governing. But this was indeed the first time she had ever heard of the construction of an underworld. Dear Master, I can learn. Armanet understood Luke's meaning and quickly replied. She was an ambitious woman, otherwise, she wouldn't take a huge risk to sign a contract with Set just for the position of a female pharaoh. Power and status were alluring to Armanet. A world of the underworld could be more seductive than a pharaoh's position. Someday, I'll send you to hell for further education so that Mephisto could teach you. Who else had more experience in heaven and hell when it came to harvesting souls and building a dimensional world? Luke didn't think there was anyone. Like Dormammu's Dark Dimension, Cyttorak's Crimson Cosmos, they were only taking up residence after being banished to those dimensions. Heaven and hell monopolized more than 90% of the Earth's soul market. Of course, this also has to do with the fact that dimensional demons didn't have as strong a need for soul chips as these new gods. According to your will, great god of death. Armanet lowered her head and tried to show her meek side by revealing the deep cleavage she had squeezed out. Go down. Luke waved her away without looking. His body was incomplete and badly injured, so he didn't have the mind to dive into the ancient Egyptian princess. Besides, even if he wanted to, he couldn't do it. Luke looked at the bare bones of his body and felt a sense of grief. This time, doing a job for the Vishanti really gave him a big loss. Originally, he was only dealing with the All-Father level Kull. He didn't expect the Sentry and the Void to show up. That bad old man Agamotto. When I go back to see him, he better increase my payment. Luke huffed and grumbled. Seeing the iron-like bones, he suddenly had an inspiration. He spread his palm, and a bright silver aura flowed into his body. The 10th metal was originally from the studio next door, and by melting it into Superman's body, it may be able to make himself even more indestructible. If he got a chance to visit in the future, things like the emotional electromagnetic spectrum, anti-life equation, omega beams, all the powerful forces that could hurt Superman. He had to make a plan. It's a little exciting. Luke closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair in the study. The whole body was penetrated by the silvery liquid of the 10th metal, and the slow-growing muscles and cells suddenly sped up, making him feel like he was soaking in a hot spring. A strong feeling of sleep came over Luke, and he relaxed, his breathing became steady. Superman. Sorcerer Supreme. Luke Cavill. In a trance, he heard someone calling him. He slowly opened his eyes. The fog of the dark space dispersed, revealing a tall figure shrouded in black robes. It's a woman. Luke made his judgment just from the beautiful curves that were outlined. You are. He wanted to approach, but the black-robed woman was always hidden, like an illusory air bubble. I am the embodiment of death, the master of souls. The cold, mixed with a trace of an ethereal voice, reached Luke's ears as if a thunderstorm exploded. Mistress. Death. He hesitantly said. As everyone knew, the Marvel Universe had 5 cosmic entities. They were Death, Eternity, Infinity, Oblivion and Galactus. These 5 creational deities came into being with the birth of the multiverse. They were the embodiment of the rules and the super-user accounts that had part of the governing authority in the multiverse. There were administrators with high authority, up there with the living tribunal. And the boss, the only master of the all-powerful universe, the master of creation, one above all. I'm still in the newbie village on Earth. How come I've come into contact with the 5 creator gods? Luke had some doubts. Generally speaking, this was a being he would only be exposed to if he stepped out of the universe and into the starry sea. The new map hadn't even been unlocked, and a new boss had stepped out. What was happening? The Vishanti once mentioned your name to eternity. The black-robed woman who called herself Death spoke in a soft voice. However, Luke still couldn't see her face clearly. This was a multiverse-level existence that was still somewhat distant from him. We have a request. Of course, you can also regard it as a task. Madam Death faced Luke. Beneath her black robe was cold darkness that was hard to peek into. Behind her, there seemed to be 4 magnificent figures standing above the universe. Task. Luke's eyes flashed as if thinking of something. This is a good opportunity for you. This time, it was eternity. He was the boss of the Vishanti. The earth was said to be his heart. Luke still couldn't see the specific image of this big man but only felt an endless convergence of celestial bodies, as if the vast universe, the twinkling stars, were presented in front of him. I hope you'll agree, Luke Cavill. This involves a higher level of gambling. Eternity was vague, but Luke could understand the meaning. He looked down at the 10th metal and became even more sure of his inner thoughts. What good opportunity? He looked up and asked. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 433, Chapter 431 The Change in the Multiverse, the Intersection of Two Studios. Southwest Australia. The Nullarbor Plain. A bolt of red lightning ran along the road. This was the longest and straightest highway in Australia, with a total length of 90 miles, extending over the southernmost tip of the country. It had been abandoned for many years, and few people remember the existence of this road except for those crazy tourists. Those truck fleets that occasionally crossed had already changed their driving routes. After all, no one wanted to drive along a straight, long road. The dullness and tedium along the way would make people drowsy. However, this road was simply perfect for another group of people in the world. Just avoid the kangaroos and Australian ostriches that suddenly appear, and you could run as fast as you want. A straight and long track, in the eyes of a speedster, was simply heavenly. The surrounding scenery became blurred into flickering fragments of light and shadow, and even the sound of the wind gradually faded until it was silent. The red speedster, called the Flash, seemed to be speeding in a vacuum tube, with golden lightning all around him, as if walking in another world, a multidimension where time was absolutely still. Barry couldn't feel any physical existence, and there was nothing to obstruct him. The wind, the air, the resistance, everything, disappeared. Only speed, ever accelerating speed. This is the beauty of the speed force. Barry thought so. He used to come to this place to think. In the process of running at extreme speed, his mind was sharper and faster than usual. Many difficult problems that couldn't be studied thoroughly would be solved in an instant. But, today, Barry just wanted to run as fast as he could. He didn't want to think about anything. A forever lingering shadow haunted him, like a ghost that followed him everywhere. Even if he was fast enough to break through the speed of light, beyond time, even if he was the fastest man in the world, the dark shadow hidden deep in his heart was always hanging over his head, laughing at his childhood self. No matter how fast you run, you can't save everyone, you can't save the people you care about. The Reverse Flash's words echoed in Barry's mind. Time and space resembled an unconventional circle, where the starting and ending points were often interconnected. Eobard Thorne was a person of the 25th century. He worshipped the Flash and studied the source of the Flash's ability. He finally understood the mystery of the Speed Force. Thorne successfully reproduced the accident that led to the birth of the Flash and became the new Speedster. With his super speed, he became Reverse Flash, turning into the Flash's nemesis. In the end, in order to destroy his opponent, he had to break the boundary of time and travel to the past to kill the Flash, who hadn't grown up yet. This was the beginning of everything. Time and space were intertwined into a circle. Thorne killed Barry's mother but also contributed to the birth of the Flash. In turn, the Flash made him the Speedster, nicknamed Reverse Flash, a super criminal. Barry, we should learn to accept the things that can't be changed. When my parents died in that dark alley, I already accepted my fate. The Dark Knight of Gotham once said this. But, Barry, you can't forget that this is a void in your heart that can never be filled. That ethereal voice echoes quietly in his heart, like a faint light in the deep darkness, drawing people toward it. The red lightning was still galloping, like the giant that chased the sun in that Asian mythology. The unprecedented feeling of emptiness filled his body. Barry inexplicably felt very cold. Even though he was accompanied by his family and friends, the unspeakable weakness wrapped around him, constantly reminding him. You have the ability to save her, but you didn't. No, I tried. Mom. The shadow of his childhood reappeared in his mind. Barry stopped running, wearing a painful expression. He held his head in his hands, whispering to himself. Just like his companion, the Dark Knight of Gotham, who could never forget what happened in that alley. It was impossible for him to forget that the woman who used to sit by the bed and read a bedtime story for him quietly died in front of his eyes. You watched her die for the sake of so-called heroic justice and faith. You watched your own mother die in front of you, the fastest man in the world, even if time couldn't catch up with you, and yet, you didn't save her. That disembodied voice, like the roaring thunder of an impending rainstorm, exploded in his head again and again. The voice of the Reverse Flash laughed wildly. Half kneeling on the ground, the Flash closed his eyes in pain. The irreparable regret in his heart was like a hole in the canvas of life, and no emotion could fill the grief of losing a loved one. Barry, the opportunity is near, catch up with time, leave it far behind, and you can undo that regret. In the psychic world, there seemed to be another voice, a strong emotion formed by Barry's regret and remorse. Catch up with time, undo regret. The Flash murmured. On the endless highway, barren weeds and kangaroos crossing the highway in groups in the distance were about to sink into the warm sunset on the horizon. Barry looked around blankly. The world was so vivid, real, and beautiful. He was the Flash, Midtown's hero, a member of the Justice League, the fastest man in the world, and a superhero admired by everyone. Mom. But now, he was like a child who had lost his parents. Let go of the responsibility, and throw away the restraints, and run with all your might. As the breeze blew across the plain, Barry stood up, turned around, and looked back into the distance. At the far end of the world, there was a city that belonged to him, his friends who loved and cared about him, and his partner who insisted on being by his side. In the other direction, beyond time, there might be nothing there. But there was a gentle woman who was willing to tell him a bedtime story, would help him pull up the blankets and sing a lullaby. Mom. Barry turned his head back and waved his hand back as if to say goodbye. In the next moment, the red lightning stirred up the air and turned into an incomparable stream of light. Bang! There was a roar in the air. Barry had broken through the sound barrier. Golden lightning lingered around his body. He approached the Speed Force world, which existed in another dimension. Faster, faster, faster. With increasing speed, Barry seemed to be racing against time. As long as he caught up with the light ahead and surpassed the speed of light, he would be able to open the door of space and time and make up for the hole that existed deep in his heart. In the normal world, the red lightning had disappeared, and the surrounding space was like flowing water, rippling in a circle. The light gradually distorted and flickered into a blurred picture, like a scene formed by the shattering of the void, in which there are deep memories in everyone's heart. Barry was indifferent, his eyes filled with determination. The golden lightning was getting stronger and stronger, almost completely wrapping his entire body. It was an illusory picture that existed in different timelines, just to slow down the pace of the speedster. As long as he hesitated a little and paused, the time turbulence would sweep him into it, thus getting lost in the speed force and gradually assimilated into it. Boom! Countless lights were intertwined, tiny points gradually expanded. Barry ran with all his might, feeling like a blazing fire, violently releasing the heat and light in his body. The constant speed flowing forward in time suddenly stalled. The red lightning looked like it was running in sticky glue. He was about to reach the limit of speed. A little faster. Like a mountain smashing into the surface of a calm lake, a booming explosion came out of the void of space, like a rolling thundercloud. Time was completely still, like a torrent rushing forward, instantly solidified by an extremely powerful force. The whole world seemed to freeze, and his mind turned slowly. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the light reversed, just like a backdraft. Everything was speeding backward. It was as if the clock of time was being turned back by an unknown being. The world was going backward, and space and time were also going backward. In the space-time tunnel composed of endless light and shadows, Barry ran at high speed, and the golden lightning produced by Speed Force kept lingering around him. The torrent of history passed by, and many things that had happened, those beautiful, painful, happy, and sad memories, all turned into streamers one by one. He didn't look at them, and he just wanted to run to his destination, the place where it all started. Mom! Barry cried out as an incandescent light wrapped around him and plunged deeper into the space-time tunnel. At this moment, the Flash didn't know that his momentary impulse had allowed a group of people from the world outside the source wall to seize the opportunity. In the Marvel Universe, it's a deal. After listening to Eternity's explanation, Luke nodded his head and said, I wouldn't mind taking a more exciting trip and making a modest contribution to face the crisis the multiverse is in. Faced with the invitation of the 5 creation gods of the universe, he smiled and agreed to do so. As they said, this is a good opportunity. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 434, Chapter 432 Chapping of the Serpent's Head, is the prophecy fulfilled? The 5 creator gods of the universe. Luke's eyes opened as his consciousness returned to his body, and his fingers tapped on the seat, sorting out the contents of the conversation. He was thinking about the benefits of going over the wall of the studio next door and becoming a stowaway. According to Eternity, the universe there was facing a brand new change, and it was an opportunity to lurk through. As for why and what the purpose was, it seemed that it was related to a deeper secret, and the 5 creation gods didn't say. New changes, is it a reboot of the universe? Did the Flash or Superman do this? Luke thought silently. Anyway, most of the big events in the next studio were related to these 2 guys. One would sacrifice themselves, and the other would disconnect a timeline. Anyway, there was no possibility of being safe and sound and a possibility of forming a team. If it were started by Batman, that would be bad. Luke had a bit of a headache when he thought of the big series of events with the Dark Knights of the Batman Who Laughs, as well as Barbatos, created by the World Forger. In addition to the I expected everything Batman Who Laughs, others were multiverse bosses. He began to regret why he hadn't asked for clarification before. If he got involved in this kind of multiverse-level crisis, even he had to be careful. I can't decide. Luke sat in his study and thought about it, long and hard. He still had a little time. He had to handle a lot of things personally, the mess left by Cull, asking Vishanti for compensation, and the most important lottery draw. Let's draw a lottery first. Luke glanced at the quest list. He won a lucky draw by defeating the Sentry. A long-lost feeling of excitement couldn't help but surge out from within. After all, it's been a while since the last lottery. As his mind flashed, a dazzling light erupted, forming a variety of Superman cards. Faced with the flash of light, Luke remained calm and didn't make as much of a fuss as he did the first time. Anyway, he would be able to empty the jackpot sooner or later, so there was no rush. Card extraction completed. Super Kryptonian HL. This feels pretty good. Seeing the results, the corners of Luke's mouth hooked up in a satisfying arc. He knew something about this Kryptonian. HL, a Kryptonian, was friends with Superman's father, Jor-El. According to seniority, he was an elder to Kal-El. According to the content of the comics, he was actually the first explorer to pilot a spaceship to Earth. Compared to Zod's general identity or Jor-El's scientist identity, HL was an explorer who was mainly responsible for searching for planets suitable for modification and habitation. For this reason, HL, who went out to explore, avoided the catastrophe of Krypton's destruction and became one of the survivors. He was called a Super Kryptonian because of his great strength. He was once the most powerful fighter in Krypton, and all his qualities were at the top. Not only did he have Superman's body, super senses, and other features, but he also had superpowers similar to mind manipulation. Moreover, the most important thing was that he was completely immune to kryptonite. Such a powerful character with no obvious shortcomings, naturally, existed as a villain in comics. HL, with the same idea as General Zod, wanted to rebuild Krypton and thus stood in opposition to Superman and the Justice League. All in all, this card was very good. At least it would spare Luke from having to think about the kryptonite problem when he went to the studio next door. Opening the character panel, and the data above was refreshed. Host, Luke Cavill. Loaded card, Super Demon, Devastator, Super Kryptonian. Level, LV2. Ability. New power poured into his body, and the muscles swelled rapidly as if they were inflated. Crack. Crack. The hard skeleton cast from the 10th metal emitted a metallic sound. A terrifying aura was released, almost shaking the underworld. Luke breathed deeply, and the study swayed as if a storm had swept through it. And then, he exhaled again. As if a cold current had swept through and everything froze. This was a newly unlocked ability, Super Breath. Luke, who had loaded the new card, felt energized. The fatigue after the big fight was gone. All values have been improved to some extent. In general, the Super Kryptonian brought a significant increase in combat power, almost allowing Luke to approach the All-Father level cap. Opening the underworld, Luke returned to Earth. After a few flashes, he appeared at the Antarctic ice field. His battle with the Sentry, in fact, didn't last long. But, within the perception of both sides, the flow of time was slowed down. The distance between the flight from Earth, the battle to the Sun, and Superman's return was probably less than an hour. The Nine Realms Alliance still hadn't left. Iron Man, Thor, and others were still fighting with the worthy. After Kull was seriously injured, the serpent seemed to shrink back into the deep sea and no longer exposed its head. Boom! Above the ice field, the thunder seemed to glide all over it. The dull noise resounded through the South Pole. A terrible pressure poured down from above, suffocating everyone. The dark clouds rolled like a tide, covering the sky. The white lightning ripped through the sky, revealing a tall figure. Sorcerer Supreme. Superman. Feeling the invisible pressure, everyone lifted their heads with astonishment and shock in their eyes. The Sorcerer Supreme is back. Doesn't that mean that the Sentry? Strange said with excitement. Roar. Seemingly stimulated, the Hulk stood on the ice field, raised the hammer of Null, and roared in anger. Then, Luke's eyes swept past. A powerful light instantly erupted and pushed Hulk into the ice. Superman's body brought forth a great aura, like a meteor crashing down. Hulk lifted the hammer, but before it was launched, Luke's fist crushed it. The bioforce field opened up as if 1 billion tons of rock formed a huge mountain, pressed down on top of the Hulk's head. No matter how much this angry beast roared and exerted itself, a thick blood vessel burst out, and he still couldn't break free. Whoosh! At the same time, the ice fields were freezing with extreme cold. Like a snowstorm, the airflow spewed out from Luke's mouth, directly freezing the remaining worthy into ice sculptures. From his appearance to his attack, it only took half a minute. The chaotic scene instantly calmed down. The strong enemy who fought with Thor, the god of thunder, was also defeated in an instant. The serpent, Kull. Luke knocked over the Hulk with 2 punches, crushed the hammer of fear, and then swept down with supervision. After discovering the specific location of the serpent, his entire body rushed down like a cannonball. Boom! 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 Beneath the calm sea of ice, there was a turbulent undercurrent. Like a raging roar, it caused great waves. This silence lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Splash! A human figure broke through the sea of ice. Luke carried Kull, who had been beaten up, and threw him in front of Thor, the god of thunder. Come on, fulfill Asgard's prophecy. The chubby god of thunder and Thor looked at each other. They both raised their weapons at the same time. The Stormbreaker and Mjolnir swung down at the same time. The head of the serpent flew up high, and the greenish venom spurted out. The faces of the 2 gods of thunder were drenched. Bathe in the blood of a god, take 7 steps, and then they will die. Asgard's Heimdall nervously thought so. If Thor died, the prophecy would be fulfilled. In the gatekeeper's sight, the 2 Thors, after being contaminated with the blood of the serpent, staggered forward for 7 steps and heavily fell. The depressing atmosphere of grief and sadness instantly enveloped the ice field. Give me a hand. Heimdall's eyes burst with joy as he saw the fallen Thors help each other and stand back up. Despite their pale faces, they were still alive. The prophecy has been broken, the gatekeeper said with excitement. Loki, who was close to the battlefield, was the first to rush over, supporting Thor with one hand and the other Thor with the other. You're so heavy, Loki complained to the chubby god of thunder. You too. Before this world's Thor could gloat, she added these words. The 3 siblings of Asgard had a rare moment of harmony. The fate of one god of thunder is shared by another. Such a result should be expected. Luke brushed off the dust of his clothes and flew up high into the sky. There was a celebratory cheer from below as Asgard's story was successfully concluded. After that, he should embark on another journey. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 25 comments. Vote. Chapter 435, Chapter 433 Across the Source Wall, Man in Themyscira. After the fire extinguishing mission, Luke took time to return to Earth 1024. He stayed for a full month and took care of everything that should be arranged. During this period, Marvel's 5 great creation gods didn't urge Luke to leave quickly. But it's normal to think that for a multiverse class such as themselves, time simply didn't matter. Reshaping a single universe was only a matter of minutes. The reason why they took a fancy to him was more likely because of the 10th metal. It was a strange thing that could pry and penetrate the source wall of the studio next door, and it had been integrated into Luke's Superman body. What do you think? If you had to choose a person to go over that wall, he was indeed the most suitable person to choose. A cosmic mercenary. Luke gave himself a resounding title, from the Ancient One to Vishanti and then to the 5 great creation gods. He felt that it wouldn't be long before the likes of Living Tribunal and the Supreme Being of the Omniverse would be coming to him for jobs. It was worth mentioning that before Luke returned, the Vishanti took the initiative to pay the bill. Since his face-to-face communication with eternity, the rigid old man Agamotto had become much gentler. He can only say that even to the Marvel Universe, the subtle rules in a workplace still existed. The Ancient One worked for the Vishanti, and the Vishanti worked for eternity. When Luke's contacts changed from subordinates to the top bosses, the Vishanti naturally couldn't appear too cold or use the original condescending attitude to face him. Now, really, the one they would call when there's a fire. Luke showed up at the Comitage with such self-mockery. He was just in time to see a bald midge who had just finished his morning workout. The powerful muscles, full of explosive power, were like hard rocks, which had an extraordinary sense of pressure. In just a few years, Strange had gone from a helpless former doctor to a berserker, where a mammoth could be dealt with one punch. The more he changes, the more crooked it looks. Luke glanced at Dr. Strange, who was gradually developing like a demonic muscular man, and wondered if he wanted to create something like a blasting punch or something like that, so that the other party could embark on the road of berserker from now on, and completely abandon the magic that required a price. Whether it was the Marvel Universe or the next studio, a sorcerer had never been a good career. To embark on this road rashly often meant to bear a huge price. Sorcerer Supreme. Seeing Luke's appearance, Strange showed a surprised expression on his face. As a savior of the world, the Sorcerer Supreme's reputation soared. Not only was he respected by Mordo, the 3 Sanctums, and so on, but he also gained the gratitude and worship of the Avengers. Although, it was Thor who beheaded the serpent. Everyone with discerning eyes knew that if Luke hadn't come to the rescue and solved the worthy and the god of fear, Earth would be in danger. Keep up the good work. I think highly of you. Luke patted Strange's broad shoulder to show his encouragement. After saying a few encouraging words, he walked into the central hall of Comitage. The pure white light of Vishanti shot out like a beacon and crashed into the cauldron of the cosmos. Buzz buzz. The bronze cauldron shook a few times, and 3 figures emerged. Let's get going, Luke said to the Vishanti with a relaxed look. He had already experienced cosmic travel, but it was still very new for him to cross 2 multiverses. This is a game like no other, Superman, Agamotto said in a deep voice. Your actions have a significant impact on the survival of our world and many other worlds. This bald man remained serious and solemn. Luke curled his lips as if he didn't care. He had his own ideas and wouldn't listen to the 5 creation gods. Since I'm so important, you'd better send me whatever goodies you have to keep me safe. Luke solicited resources from others. Agamotto's light suddenly faded, and he didn't reply. Start transmitting. Oshja and Hoggoth didn't wait for Luke to say anything. The majestic pillar of light enveloped the tall figure. His body, along with his soul, was dragged out of this world. In almost a blink of an eye, Luke seemed to rise infinitely, arriving at the barrier of the multiverse. He saw countless magnificent and huge lights and shadows. They stood in the upper reaches of the multiverse and looked down at the world. Among them, there were the 5 great creation gods. Behind them, the golden giant sat higher up, with 3 faces rotating and changing. These were all categorized as multiverse administrators. Luke suddenly turned his head back to the many bubbles of air floating and shining with a brilliant light. He found his own Earth 1024 among them, with the gaze cast over, on that world, a series of numbers vaguely appeared. This was one of the rewards given by eternity. Luke had his own universe. The big man kept his word. With a satisfied smile, he continued to follow the pulling force as it broke through the barriers of the multiverse. Behind the endless box after box was darkness and nothingness. Waving goodbye to the big boys watching him, Luke flew with unimaginable speed until he hit a solid barrier. This is the source wall. Luke rubbed his aching head. He saw a huge wall with no boundary above or below, no end to its left and right. Compared with the Marvel Universe, the studio next door was different. It had boundaries. The source wall, located in the Prometheus galaxy, was the source of all existence, connecting the souls of all the new gods. This giant wall also had special properties. Everything in the universe would stick to the wall as long as it touched it. Those who fail to reach the source through it would be trapped by it. Even Yuga Khan, the father of Darkseid, who was as strong as Superman Prime, and had a brilliant record, had become part of the source wall. I'm just digging a hole. It shouldn't affect anything, right? Luke waved his fist. He was already integrated with the 10th metal, and there was no risk of being stuck to the wall. Boom! With a loud rumbling sound, Superman broke down the source wall and rushed in. That's. In the process of crossing the giant wall, he seemed to have seen many vast and secret ancient existences. Just like the 5 creation gods of Marvel Universe and the Living Tribunal, they were also guardians or observers of this multiverse. But Luke didn't have time to look closely before the inertia pulled him onward. Gorgeous lights and shadows burst open in front of his eyes, like clouds of color, impacting his spiritual consciousness. He could only see a golden figure, running at speed beyond imagination. Is that the Flash? Then, surging energy wrapped around Superman. Like being caught in a torrent, he uncontrollably rushed into an unknown direction. He didn't know how much time had passed. When Luke opened his eyes again, he saw the blue and clear waves lapping on the beach, and there were a few white spots on the calm sea. They were seagulls soaring for prey. Taking a deep breath, the humid ocean air lifted Superman's spirits. Lying on the delicate sand, the afternoon sun was warm and comfortable, the soft light gently sprinkled down, and the fresh sea breeze felt like a gentle touch. If you ignore the identity of the illegal immigrant and the mission from the 5 gods, this may look more like a vacation. You're a man. There was a clean face with a heroic look that broke into Luke's line of sight. The clear eyes, unadulterated by any impurities, carried a little curiosity and a little surprise as if seeing some kind of new creature. Of course. Luke nodded, smiled and said, "What part of me doesn't look like that?" On the beach, the young man and woman looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. The young girl had never seen a creature like a man before, and the man had never thought that he would fall to this place. Themyscira. The home of the Amazonian warrior women. It was also the birthplace of Wonder Woman. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 436, Chapter 434 The Outside World, The Differences. What are you doing here? The girl's face looked surprised when she learned that Luke was a man. She stared at the other party carefully, subconsciously trying to reach out her hand, but immediately shrank back. Sunbathing. Luke shrugged his shoulders and spoke with a smile, I don't mind being touched by a beautiful girl. Hearing this answer, the girl stepped back, and a sense of vigilance rose in her eyes. It's a trap, isn't it? She suddenly became serious and made a defensive gesture. You deliberately offered yourself as bait to relax my guard, and then I would fall into your trap and become your prey. Luke's mouth twitched. What thinking is that? Is the Amazon mindset so clear-cut? Why do you think so? Luke sat up and asked with interest. I have hunting experience. Don't try to fool me. My mother and the others all said I was smart. The young girl seemed even more certain of her inner suspicions and clenched her two small fists, ready to fight. So, she thinks I'm some kind of dangerous carnivore. Luke covered his forehead, indicating that it was a little difficult to communicate with the other party. It took him a long time to explain clearly the difference between man and beast, although in some specific cases, their essence was similar. Did you come from the outside? The young girl was sitting on the beach, tilting her head to look at Luke. The little brain was thinking, what is the difference between men and Amazons? Can I touch you? After thinking hard and not getting an answer, she made a peculiar and imaginative request. Well, only the upper body. Luke scratched his head as he developed a sense of guilt for lying to children. For Wonder Woman, who had never been out of Themyscira and had never met a man, there was really no difference between her mind and that of a child in this regard. That's right. The girl in front of him, wearing a long, neatly tied braid. Strong limbs, full of youthful vigor. With a delicate face, like a perfect creation in heaven. Coupled with the pair of silver bracelets that exude extraordinary vigor, Luke could easily identify her. Diana Prince, Wonder Woman, Amazon Princess. She had many origins. First, the clay figure made by Amazon Queen Hippolyta was endowed with life and soul by the Greek gods. Second, the illegitimate daughter of Zeus, with demigod blood. No matter which one, Wonder Woman had the talent gifted by the 12 gods of Olympus, such as the power of nature given by the agricultural goddess Demeter, so that she could compete with such powerful people as Superman and Shazam. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, bestowed insight and immunity to most psychic attacks and mental manipulation. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, gave her awe-inspiring beauty. And so on. Therefore, Wonder Woman in the Justice League was entirely another Superman. In addition, her standard equipment was the lasso of truth, bracelets of submission, sword of Athena, shield of Alsop, star tiara, and so on. All divine artifacts on her whole body. So, Luke only glanced at the silver bracelet on the girl's hand and could confirm that she was Wonder Woman. Why is it limited to the upper body? Diana, a young girl, kept asking questions. Because there are established rules in the human world. If someone touches you all over your body, that person will have to take responsibility. Luke thought for a long while and tried to explain. Then I will be responsible for you. Diana, a young girl, seriously said so, thinking of contracts, vows, and the like. Well, thank you. Luke's mouth twitched again. It doesn't feel much different from us. Diana, the young girl, poked a little, and after satisfying her curiosity, she said so. The difference is huge. Luke resisted the urge to educate Wonder Woman about gender issues and looked at the snow-white skin presented in front of his eyes, the deep bottomless valley curves. He felt that the difference between men and women was actually quite obvious. At least he didn't have such exaggerated pectoral muscles. "I'm going to take you to meet the Amazon Queen, my mother." Diana thought for a while and decided to take the first man ever to visit Themyscira back. "Anyway, as you said, you have nowhere to go, right?" Luke pondered for a moment. He didn't mind meeting the Amazon Queen. He was a bit worried that the other party would pull out the lasso of truth and bundle himself up. Although it was said that Superdemon had spiritual resistance, and coupled with his own All-Father level powers, he didn't think the powers from Olympus would bewitch him. But basic precautionary awareness must be maintained. "This is going to visit the in-laws." Luke made a joke that Diana could hardly understand and then replied, "For now, I really have nowhere to go, but I have to figure out some problems. For example, which world is this?" He stood up, patted the sand off his body, shook his head, and refused the other party's proposal. The Marvel Universe's 5 creator gods, who gave very limited information, only said that the next studio was undergoing a whole new transformation, and huge changes would occur. Besides that, they didn't explain anything. Luke still had no idea what era he was in. Many conclusions could be drawn from the fact that Wonder Woman had never left Themyscira. For example, during the First World War. According to the original story, a pilot named Steve Trevor would crash to Themyscira and then take Diana to the outside world. Or, it may be another era. He appeared in the origin story of Wonder Woman, but there were all kinds of possibilities anyway. "Do you want to leave Themyscira?" Diana was a bit depressed, like a child who had lost a novel toy she had just got. "What's the outside world like?" Her clear eyes twinkled with longing. "Well, it's hard to describe." Luke picked out some interesting things and illustrated them to Diana. In fact, Themyscira had a collection of books on the human world, and the Amazon people understood the outside world by reading books, outside knowledge. But the introduction on paper couldn't compare to the words of human beings themselves. "Then, can you take me with you?" The young Diana listened quietly and suddenly felt the urge to go to the human world. Themyscira was beautiful, but staying here all year round was a bit boring for her. "It's back to the beginning. I couldn't possibly take a daughter away from her mother, the Amazon Queen, without her knowing." Luke smiled. If he abducted the young Diana to the human world, he would be chased by the Greek gods. And be wanted by Themyscira. People should know that this island, which was actually called Paradise Island, actually had another name, Shrew Island. Amazons and the Marvel Universe's guardians were similar. They also had extremely strong physiques and long lifespans. They were all powerful female soldiers and would never lose to Asgardians. As an illegal immigrant, Luke didn't want to cause a big storm when he first came to this world. "Why are you afraid of my mother?" "Unwilling to see her." The young Diana was puzzled. She blinked and looked at Luke. Although it was clear that there was an element of provocation, Superman couldn't resist it. When had he ever been afraid? Diana, take me to the Queen of the Amazons, but I don't think your mother will allow you to leave." Luke actively stepped into the Amazon princess's verbal trap. Maybe from Hippolyta's mouth, he could learn what the world was like. After reaching a consensus, Diana took Luke through the magnificent ancient Greek city buildings. Along the way, women soldiers armed to the teeth, wearing armor and holding spears were sparring with each other. When they saw the Amazon princess walking side by side with a man, there was an incredulous look in their eyes. The unconcealed amazement as if they had seen some rare creature made Luke, who was calm and composed, a little uncomfortable. Amazons live in Themyscira. This giant island, isolated from the rest of the world, was created by the 5 goddesses of Olympus and later became the residence of the Amazon tribes who believed in the earth goddess Gaia. Because it had been isolated from the world for thousands of years, no one had ever broken into this idyllic island. Amazons living on the island had never seen a real man. For them, a man was just a word in books. "I'm suddenly a little scared, will they eat me?" Luke joked. He couldn't help but wonder. The Amazons were all female, so how would they reproduce? Or were they all into the same sex? The Amazons are all good, brave warriors. They don't eat people, and I'll protect you. The innocent girl Diana said so with her head held high, apparently not understanding that it was just a joke. Having grown up in Themyscira, a feminist-like society, Diana's interactions with this young man, who called himself a traveler, would always lead to this kind of bemusement. This was the result of a huge difference between the two civilizations, and the Amazon princess wasn't like the girls Luke had known. She was more like a brave and unyielding warrior, advocating just and fair fights and respecting the brave and the strong. Underneath this identity, she was just a young girl, ignorant of the world. After being tested by those intense gazes, Luke stepped into an imposing palace. It was built in the ancient Greek style with tall columns carved with intricate patterns. Like surging waves and swaying flames, it was delicate and elegant, full of harmony and perfection as a whole. Footsteps echoed in the empty hall, and Diana stepped forward first. A charming, mature woman sat on the throne, looking down and talking to a tall woman in full armor beside her. The Amazon princess rushed over to embrace her mother, nuzzling her cheek intimately and whispering in her ear. "Man, you claim to be a traveler." After listening to everything, the Amazon queen looked at the first man who ever broke into Themyscira. Hippolyta looked at the other party with critical eyes. As the queen of the Amazons, she was once a demigod, strong enough to stand side by side with the gods of Olympus. The calm eyes carried an unparalleled majesty, like a whistling thunderbolt, with a power that shook the hearts of people and a beautiful face that one would never dare to disrespect. Under her gaze, mortals would only speak the truth with fear and trepidation. "Yes, Your Majesty." Luke learned of the noble status of the person on the throne and gracefully bowed with a slight arch of his head. "I started from the North American continent and drifted around the world on a cruise ship, enjoying the customs of different countries. My life was too mediocre, and the adventure life on the ocean was so rich and colorful that I couldn't let it go. Not long ago, I went to visit the glorious historical sites of ancient Greece, but unfortunately, I was caught in a storm near the Aegean Sea and drifted here with the currents." Luke's tone was sincere, and his eyes were calm. As if all this had really happened. He was indeed a traveler who had an unfortunate storm. "Outsiders, Themyscira is not the place for you, it is the home of the Amazons." Hippolyta spoke indifferently. She didn't dispel her doubts. Even the gods of Olympus had heard about the complexity and changeability of human beings. "I'm sorry to disturb your quiet life, and I swear to the gods that I will never say a word about this place." Luke seriously made a promise. He was eager to return to human society to see which node of time he had descended into. "By Hera above, I'm glad you can keep the secret for us." Hippolyta smiled as if she was satisfied with the answer. In return, we will send you back to the human world. Luke nodded. The Amazon Queen shouldn't believe in him so easily. It's just that, for some purpose, the other party didn't adopt a more violent method. Hippolyta stood up. Her luxurious and smooth dark gold robe draped over her body, outlining her slender figure. Her healthy and lively daughter was beside her. Because Themyscira was blessed by the 5 goddesses, the Amazons had a long lifespan. Her Royal Highness, the Queen, hadn't suffered the ravages of the years and still maintained her charming appearance, like a plump, sweet fruit. At this point, Zeus, who was sowing seeds all over the world, had a good eye. We still need to discuss when to send you back to the human world. Diana will arrange accommodation for you. It's best not to wander around, traveler. Themyscira is not the world where men live. It has many dangerous places. The graceful queen of the Amazons watched the outsider and her daughter leave. The afterglow of the sunset shone from the horizon, and she and another tall warrior woman were the only ones left in the huge, empty, lofty palace. Antiope, what do you think of this man who broke into Themyscira? The queen asked the person beside her. This tall, cold-blooded female warrior was the only general in Themyscira and the bravest warrior of the Amazons. When Hippolyta was in doubt or hesitant, she usually sought and considered her advice. Not honest enough, but doesn't look like a liar, and doesn't seem to be one of those weak men. The female general spoke frankly about her inner thoughts. Her resolute face looked cold. Hippolyta nodded. She recalled the scene of meeting Luke. The other party was upright, full of composure and calmness, without the slightest alarm and surprise. It was as if the mythical scene in front of him couldn't shake the calmness inside. The deep eyes carried a mysterious aura. He doesn't look like an ordinary man. She thought so. This outsider isn't the real threat we're facing, the outside world is. Hippolyta's expression was grave, and her voice grew deeper. After a long period of history, the Amazons can no longer stand alone in the world. Sooner or later, mankind will discover the existence of Themyscira. We should make things develop in a good direction. We need to communicate with the outside world, to have a messenger of peace, to step out of Themyscira and go to the world of men, to spread the message of peace for the Amazons. The queen watched the sunset sinking into the sea. The calmness of her mind was like a seagull skimming the surface of the water, creating small ripples. Comment. 20 comments. Vote. Chapter 437, Chapter 435. Who is tapping on my window, who is tugging at my heartstrings? The night was like water, and the bright moonlight fell on the shimmering sea, reflecting a silvery glow. The light wind drifted quietly through the vast mountains and forests, shaking the leaves on the branches and making a rustling sound. Luke stood on the spacious balcony, sipping a cup of Amazon's special fruit wine. For the outsider, this group of demi-goddess warriors living on the island didn't carry obvious hostility. It was more like novelty, surprise, and undisguised enthusiasm. After all, in Themyscira, a land of pure women, men were a species that had never existed before. It's not really just Wonder Woman's origin story, is it? Luke took a sip of the fragrant fruit wine, and many doubts arose in his heart. According to the 5 gods, a brand new change was more like a description of a big event. Moreover, before he came to this world, he clearly saw the Flash, Barry Allen. Finding the correct answer is difficult. Looking at the rising tide of the sea in the distance, Luke shook his head and smiled, leaving the problem behind. He could always figure out the point in time later on. Before that, he could quietly observe this strange world. The Amazons, with the Greek gods behind them. And they were divided into old gods, the original titans, like Chaos, the god of chaos, and Gaia, the mother of earth. The Amazons believed in the old gods, but Wonder Woman was the child of the new gods, namely Zeus, Hera, and Poseidon. The two parties were sworn enemies, and their internal interests were intertwined. Just like the Asgard of the Marvel Universe, the history of the Greek gods was essentially filled with family conflicts. Fathers and sons being cruel to each other, brothers killing each other, cheating and infidelity, sowing seeds everywhere. The gang of gods had no ethics to speak of, such as Hades, the god of the underworld, had bad intentions for his niece, Diana, Wonder Woman. Just thinking of Themyscira, with such a complicated background, Luke couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "The water is too deep," he muttered. "What did you say, too deep?" A delicate, clean face appeared on the edge of the balcony without warning, interrupting Luke's scattered thoughts. "I thought only Amazons had the habit of talking to themselves." Diana placed her hands on the railing and peeked out to stare at Luke. With a triumphant smile on her face, she seemed to have done something great. With a strong hand, like an energetic and powerful female leopard, she jumped onto the balcony with ease. "Diana, the Amazon Queen should have told you that ladies don't run around at night and that a noble princess shouldn't break into a strange man's room in the dead of night." Luke looked down and helplessly said so. His room stood on the edge of a cliff, near the coast. Surrounded by steep rock walls, without a place to land. If not for the extraordinarily strong physical qualities of the Amazons, plus Diana's blessing from the 12 gods, climbing unassisted would have been an impossible task. "As long as you don't tell, no one will know." Diana didn't care. In her opinion, the small cliff couldn't defeat the brave and intrepid Amazon princess. "Mother said that the Amazon competition will be held tomorrow. The final victor will send you back to the world of man and establish a bridge to communicate with the outside world." Luke nodded thoughtfully, then looked at the smiling young girl. She was different from the young girl with long tied-up hair, clad in armor, and heroic posture he saw during the day. The evening Diana changed into a white robe, with long black hair cascading down, adding a bit of feminine beauty. "Will you attend?" Luke asked curiously. He felt like he had replaced Steve Trevor's role as the one who took Diana out of Themyscira. "My mother won't allow me to attend." Diana looked down, obviously a little depressed. Influenced by Amazon's culture since childhood, the princess was eager to prove her heroic qualities and meet the powerful requirements of a real warrior. The gentle and kind Amazon Queen refused to let her participate in the competition without even thinking about it. "But I really want to see the outside world." Diana was a little depressed and softly said, "Themyscira doesn't have the steamship you mentioned, nor the funny fairy tales and circus shows. By the way, what happened to the story you told me during the day?" "Jack and Rose, the ones that met on a ship called the Titanic." Luke twitched his mouth and reconnected the story that hadn't been finished before. To be honest, telling a story to a pretty girl in the refreshing night breeze. The atmosphere seemed a little ambiguous. Thus, the story comes to a successful conclusion. When Luke finished, Diana's face didn't reveal an emotional look. Instead, she was slightly puzzled and asked, "Rose had an improper relationship with Jack without telling her fiancé. Isn't that betrayal? And she took the expensive Heart of the Ocean, that's stealing other people's property, right? Besides, when Jack knew Rose was engaged, it's clearly cheating." Even in the world of man, this immoral, right? Luke's head was spinning as he heard Diana's incessant questions. According to common sense, shouldn't a girl be moved to tears after hearing Titanic and then jump into his arms? This is actually an affair story between a prodigal son and a rich girl. Luke shrugged his shoulders, indicating that Diana had a point. Jack and Rose were a third party and a harlot. Do you think there's any way to get my mother to agree with me participating in the competition? After chatting for a while, the topic returned to its original point. Diana complained to the stranger she should have been wary of. Due to her noble status and the Amazons' hierarchy, the girl could not find anyone to talk to. Diana had friends and partners, but they also respected the Amazon Queen and wouldn't question any of Hippolyta's decisions. Parents don't always want their children to grow up. Maybe you want to prove your courage and your excellent qualities as an Amazon princess. But obviously, your mother doesn't think so. She thinks that you are still a child and needs to live under her protection. The outside world isn't safe, it's full of danger. She's just afraid that you would get hurt. Luke acted as a qualified listener, and it was clear that the Amazon Queen had other objectives. Sending an outsider who broke into Themyscira back to the outside world didn't need such fanfare. But I'm not a child. I want to be a qualified Amazon warrior. Diana sat on the balcony railing, her slender legs dangling in the air. It's not up to you, Diana. At a very young age, my father wanted me to be the best kind of person at a very young age, but I rarely satisfied him, even when I got an A and on every report card. He always said that I lacked courage. Then, I asked my teacher what courage meant, and he told me that the courage is to challenge those impossible things, knowing that I would lose but still going forward. This kind of seemingly foolish behavior is real courage. What did you do to prove your courage to your father? Diana asked curiously. She leaned over and stared at the young man's eyes. I had a fight with the strongest guy in class. He bullied every transfer student and junior. I wrote a whole semester's worth of homework for him. On that day, I came home black and blue, like a dirty dog. But I saw my father's satisfied eyes. He told me that the world is realistic and cruel. Only a brave child can protect and get what they want. Luke said lightly, the corners of his lips curled up in a smile. The dark clouds piled up in the sky scattered, and the stars like pearls decorated the night sky. Diana looked like she understood something. There was a look of determination in her eyes. As an Amazon princess, she had never lacked the ability to put her ideas into action. Thank you, Luke. I really want to see the outside world, to travel around the world like you. Diana said so slyly. A young girl's heart was always full of beautiful fantasies and illusory visions of the unknown world. The world isn't a pretty place, but it's worth seeing. Luke chuckled as the night breeze blew gently past them both, seemingly tugging at someone's heartstrings. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 438. Chapter 436. The final winner of the competition. The morning light rose from the horizon. The pale golden glow and the turquoise water reflected on one another, giving rise to sparkling waves. Above the majestic palace, there were some noises that were rare in everyday life. In the center of the empty athletic square, there were many heavily armed Amazon female soldiers. They were wearing armor and were armed. Lining up neatly like an army, waiting for the arrival of the honorable queen. Hippolyta, dressed in a luxurious robe, stood in the wide stands above the square. Bathed in the golden light, the Amazon Queen was full of holiness and grace. Like the gods on Mount Olympus, people unconsciously wanted to worship her. Brave Amazon warrior, the glory of Gaia, the Mother of Earth, has blessed us. For thousands of years, Themyscira has been independent of the world, and no one could set foot on this fertile land blessed by the gods. Now, mankind has discovered us, and the two civilizations have met for the first time. I'm determined to send a messenger of peace to contact the outside world and spread Amazon's concept of peace to all sides. She will become a friendly bridge between the two civilizations. My people, fight for honor and peace. Luke sat on the high platform, next to the cold-blooded General Antiope and the mature Amazon Queen. He was very interested, looking around, enjoying this unique contest. Amazon's athletic event was somewhat similar to the Olympic Games in the world of man. Various traditional events had appeared one after another, such as archery, javelin throwing, and chariot driving, all symbolizing the competition between courage and strength. The innate talent, coupled with the blessings of the gods, gave the Amazon people stronger physical qualities than normal humans. Since childhood, they had been influenced by martial arts, and everyone was a natural warrior. Luke watched carefully and compared it with the popular boxing matches in the world of man. These athletic and physically gifted female warriors were more likely to attract his attention. After all, it was much more exciting when women fought. Traveler, how do humans face powerful enemies? Are they as brave and fearless as Amazons? Hippolyta laughed softly, with a hint of pride in her tone. As an Amazon who had been favored by Gaia, she had enough confidence to reveal such an attitude. In the view of the Amazon Queen, people living in the outside world hated each other, were full of greed, were constantly in conquest, and didn't have the courage and kindness of the Amazon people. We rely on wisdom. Luke smiled and replied. Human beings aren't as strong as beasts, and they don't have the long life Amazons have. So, we learn knowledge and create tools, and we have a strong passion for exploring the unknown. If we can't roam the ocean and lurk in the deep sea like marine creatures, we would build ships and submarines. If we want to fly to the blue sky, we would build gliders and airplanes. Knowledge and wisdom are our weapons, just as Amazon people rely on spears and swords. There are also brave warriors among us, who would face formidable enemies with a passionate heart. Luke said lightly. Whether it was the original world or the Themyscira he was in. These races, who thought they were superior to human beings, always held a condescending attitude. But they didn't know that the innate and powerful talent that gave them a temporary lead over mankind had deprived them of the motivation to move forward. For example, Asgard, for thousands of years, was still in the medieval period of their civilization and hadn't climbed to a higher level of civilization. However, it took only a few hundred years for mankind to advance at an explosive rate of growth. Wisdom is a rarer gift than valor. Feeling Luke's unassuming and relaxed attitude, Hippolyta nodded. Next to her, the female general, Antiope, had a contemptuous look in her eyes. A man who can only talk. TSK. How can you defend your home and protect your fellow citizens without a strong army? The competition in the arena was in full swing. With the passing of competitions, fewer and fewer female soldiers were left in the center of the arena. Finally, there were only 2 Amazons left, wearing helmets and masks, holding swords and shields, and using their ancient and subtle fighting skills on each other. The dull sound of metal clashing, the 2 solid shields ruthlessly colliding, and the long sword strikes emitting a powerful sound. The wonderful battle had attracted countless Amazons outside the field, cheering like a tide. At this time, the sun rose high in the sky, and in the dazzling sunshine, the two female soldiers showed off the bravery and courage of the Amazon. The sword blade slashed through with a graceful arc, dodging the swift and fierce attack and thrusting forward. Bang! It smashed the shield. Blood splashed out. A female soldier fell to her knees and covered her injured right arm. The other side's strength was better than hers, and she lost the ability to continue fighting. She had no choice but to throw down her weapons and declare defeat. A tsunami of cheers erupted like a fierce wave. The victorious female warrior raised her sword, slender and vigorous, creating a beautiful silhouette. The clean face hidden behind the mask showed a happy smile. She was eager to be recognized. Every Amazon wanted to be a powerful warrior, which was a great honor and achievement. There is no doubt of the bravery of the Amazon people. I look forward to meeting the female warrior who will be traveling with me. Luke's eyes twinkled as he spoke with profound meaning. The Amazon queen, who was sitting next to him, slightly changed her expression. Then, she regained composure. Then came the highly anticipated coronation ceremony. Hippolyta slowly stood up from her seat and looked at the female warrior who stepped onto the platform. Holding back her inner feelings, she quietly said, "Show yourself, brave warrior, and accept the cheers and respect of Amazon people. You will be honored." Half kneeling on the ground, the female soldier raised her hand and took off her helmet. Her long black hair fell like a waterfall. That delicate and clean little face revealed a hearty and cheerful smile. "Mother Diana." Hippolyta's eyes moved slightly, and she sighed. She didn't expect her beloved daughter to disobey her orders and secretly attend this competition. The outside world was full of malice and chaos. In addition, there was a conflict between Olympus's old gods and the new gods, and also Diana's origins. For a variety of complicated reasons, she refused her daughter's request, but now, everything was irreversible. "I never doubted that you would be the pride of the Amazons, Diana." Hippolyta sighed silently but reluctantly put the golden star tiara on her daughter's head. "You will be the bravest warrior in the Amazon and the only messenger to mankind." Diana rose to her feet. Sword and shield in hand, a crown of shimmering gold, and her black hair flowing behind her. She turned to look at the young man who gave her confidence, smiling like a victorious Valkyrie. Comment. 7 comments. Vote. Chapter 439, Chapter 437 Arthur the Sea King, the Flashpoint World. Pieces of grey clouds piled up in the sky, and the sea breeze blew the tide and lapped on the solid wooden ship. Crystal splashes of water drenched the hair and robes of those on board. There was a rumbling roar from the horizon as if the gods were driving a golden chariot across the sky, making loud noises like rolling thunder. "Diana, don't rush to breathe the free air yet. You and I have to put up the tarp, or we'll soon be two idiots sitting in a boat in the rain." Looking at the enchanted girl, Luke spoke helplessly. Maybe it was because after listening to what he said about the Titanic, Diana stood at the bow, opened her hands, and posed in a classic way, as if she wanted to embrace the ocean. The Amazon princess secretly attended the competition meeting without telling her mother and successfully won. Under the public's eyes, Hippolyta couldn't go back on her word, so she had to make Diana the messenger to mankind. In order to ensure her daughter's safety, the lasso of truth, the sword of Athena, the star tiara, and other equipment were all arranged. In this way, wearing the bracelets of submission made by Hephaestus, Diana and Luke set off together, leaving Themyscira and heading for the outside world. The two of them sailed along the ocean currents in a wooden sailboat made by the Amazon people. To be honest, Luke had lamented in his heart more than once. Sitting on this sturdy and crude ship made them look like exiled criminals instead of messengers bringing peace. Thunder roared in the sky, and dark clouds hung low. White, ferocious silver snakes tore through the haze, and before long, heavy rain poured down. Even if it rains, there will only be one rain-soaked fool, and Amazon warriors will never fear the storm. Diana said seriously, so Luke couldn't show any disagreement later. I'm such a fool to reason with women. This damned feminist society. Quietly complaining, Luke started to build a tent. There was no other shelter on the wooden sailboat except for the white sail. I don't know why the Amazonian craftsmanship is so crude and outdated. Maybe they didn't even think about giving me a good boat. Luke couldn't help sighing at the thought of the fierce eyes of the Amazon Queen before seeing them off. I'm lucky that I didn't get hammered to death when running away with someone else's daughter. Luckily, the sailboat was spacious enough for Luke to set up the rain-proof tent quickly. Waves lapped against the edge of the boat's side, splashing water droplets on the thick tarpaulin. In a short time, raindrops as big as beans crashed from the sky, scratching and hitting the boat. Wave after wave, the strong wooden boat was thrown up and down. The two sitting on the boat felt like they were riding a roller coaster, constantly going up and down. Fortunately, you don't get seasick, Luke said to the girl. He wondered if this kind of sailing, floating with the currents, could successfully send him to land. Judging from the geographical climate, they were near the Aegean Sea right now. If nothing else happened, they would eventually land at a port in Athens. Amazon people don't get seasick, Diana murmured in a low voice. She was full of longing for the future life and only felt that a wonderful adventure was about to begin. Luke, on the other hand, had a headache. He was a stranger to the world, and many things were waiting to be explored. He wondered if it was a wise choice to bring the future Wonder Woman along. How can I get in touch with those superheroes? Luke looked down and thought. Although, in Wonder Woman's origin story, the era will generally be relatively outdated. But in case of change, fast forward to the formation of Justice League, what identity would he use to face Superman and Batman? I'm your long-lost Kryptonian cousin. I'm full of goodwill to the Earth. I'm close to human beings. Please don't take notice of me too much. This was too out of line with his style. Are you missing your family? Seeing the sudden silence of the man traveling with her, Diana asked softly, soon you will be able to reunite with them. They're in another world. Luke shook his head gently, and his gaze seemed to penetrate the clouds. I'm sorry. I didn't know you. Diana seemed to be mistaken, thinking that Luke had an unfortunate past, so she quickly apologized. The ship rose and fell in the rough waves out there, the turbulent currents, the swirling undercurrents, the huge forces colliding with each other. The ocean was like a giant beast in fury, hissing violently. Lightning flashed high in the sky, and violent energy erupted. Lightning tore the clouds, and thunder resounded through the heavens. This kind of weather isn't normal. Luke vaguely something was odd. He opened his senses. Under the deep sea, the undercurrent was surging. A dark green sea monster with countless tentacles fiercely broke through the current and rushed out of the sea. From the outside, it looked like a giant squid, but its head looked like a sea dragon, and its huge pupil was shining with cold light. The sailboat was slapped by the rising waves and turned over. Diana shrieked and fell into the sea. As an Amazon warrior, she reacted quickly, pulling out a long sword, cutting off the tangled tentacles, and shouting Luke's name. At this time, what the girl was most worried about was not her own safety but the safety of that man. The sea monster whose tentacles had been cut off felt pain and seemed to be irritated. Dozens of tentacles, as thick as Themyscira's column, viciously twisted. Diana swung the sword of Athena to cut off a part of it, but being in the ocean made it a little hard for her to do so. A slippery tentacle suddenly wrapped around the girl's ankle and lifted her upside down. The huge jaws directly opened, spewing out a cloud of fishy odor. Damn monster! Diana's eyes shone with anger. Thinking that something might happen to Luke, she was even more merciless. Sword of Athena slashed across, breaking off the slippery tentacles that were too hard to hurt with bullets, and then leaped into the air, stabbing the sea monster in one eye. Sticky liquid splashed out and stuck on Diana. The sea surface was polluted by dark green blood, emitting a cloud of poisonous smoke. Diana took a few breaths and felt sick. Her face turned pale, and a strong sense of dizziness enveloped her brain. "Stop it, Topo!" A loud shout stopped the sea monster's attack. A figure rushed out of the rolling sea. He had blonde hair, features as tough as a marble statue, holding a trident in his right hand. "Who are you?" Resisting the dizziness, Diana raised her sword to point at the other party. This stranger could not only control the sea monster but also stand on the sea as if he was walking on the ground. The fish scale-like golden armor was even more imposing. All this indicated that this person's identity was extraordinary. "My name is Arthur Curry." The blond man raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, indicating that he meant no harm. "I am the master of this ocean and the owner of Topo. He was hunting and accidentally hurt you. I'm sorry." The blond man who called himself Arthur Curry had a gentle tone. He tried to get close to Diana but was forced back by the sword of Athena. "You allowed a monster to hurt people." The young girl looked cold, without a trace of understanding. "He destroyed my boat and hurt my friend." Thinking about Luke's disappearance, Diana's anger increased, but the more she stayed in the sea, the more intense the dizziness became as the dark green venom seeped into her body. "Topo's blood is highly toxic. You're in critical condition and need treatment." Arthur Curry tried to show goodwill. He looked at Diana with astonishment. Living in Atlantis, he had never seen such a woman. Strong, brave, and beautiful. "Stay away from her." A deep voice of discontent echoed on the sea. Diana, who was light-headed and about to pass out at any moment, only felt a strong arm around her waist. Then, she was taken into a broad and warm embrace. Her whole body leaned on the other person's solid chest. "You didn't." Diana's eyes blurred, but her face was smiling. "Of course, nothing will happen to me." Luke nodded and said so. Looking at Diana, whose breath was faint, his gaze turned cold. His eyes slightly narrowed, the terrifyingly high temperature burst out and instantly vaporized the sea monster. Before Arthur Curry could say anything, the sea shook, and the waves lifted. The tall figure that suddenly appeared and disappeared quickly turned into a black spot in the sky and disappeared into the clouds. "I finally know what world this is." Luke, who was flying at high speed and intended to return to Themyscira, slightly smiled. Flashpoint. A distorted space-time born of a mistake. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 440, Chapter 438 A Nightmare, Cause and Effect. The dazzling sunshine woke up the sleeping Amazon princess, who slowly sat up from the bed. The gentle sea breeze blew from the window sill, lifting the white gauze curtain. Diana just leaned against the bedside, looking at the tiny dust floating in the air, her eyes slightly lost in thought, as if remembering something. The thin quilt slipped from her shoulders, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. She was unaware of it. So dizzy. She felt dizzy like she had a hangover. A moment later, Diana, slightly refreshed, walked barefoot on the soft carpet. Clearly, there seemed to be something wrong, but she couldn't remember. She could only look around at the furnishings in the room. Everything was familiar. It was her bedroom in Themyscira. On the wall was the exquisite painting of Gaia shining brilliantly. In Greek mythology, the mother of the gods created the world at the golden age of the gods. After the silver age of the titans of myth, Zeus, together with other brothers and sisters, overthrew his father Cronus and finally ascended to the throne. He established a new ruling order on Mount Olympus and wrote the Bronze Age of the new gods. Long swords and shields were hung on the wall, and flames were burning in the fireplace, emitting bursts of heat. Diana's consciousness seemed to fall into a hazy daze. Everything looked unreal, but it was real. The antique battle armor of the Amazon female warrior was displayed on a shelf, beautifully carved with patterns. She gently stroked the complicated lines, and the inexplicable feeling in her heart felt stronger and stronger. The white silk-like robe was removed, and the tall, athletic and powerful body was bare in the room. The lustrous skin glowed faintly. The intertwining of slimness and roundness outlined perfect curves, just like a statue of a beautiful goddess. Why did I come back to Themyscira? Diana dressed up in a close-fitting outfit and then donned the metal battle armor made by Hephaestus. The extraordinary skills and special materials made this suit flexible and defensive at the same time. It wouldn't hinder walking, sitting, and fighting. Holding a sword and a shield, Diana walked out of the room with her head held high like Valkyrie. The wide corridor was quiet and silent. Only the clicking of her footsteps echoed. The Amazon princess found it strange that Themyscira had such a rare quiet moment. Usually, there was a lot of noise and yelling. Those powerful Amazon soldiers, fighting and thrashing each other, would always reverberate over the island. Walking slowly, Diana stepped out of the corridor, and a bright golden light fell on her. As if crossing a certain line, a noisy and rowdy sound poured in. It was like an overwhelming tidal wave that poured into her ears all at once. The midday sun was a bit blinding, Diana's eyes were dazed, and she squinted slightly before she could see the burning scene. As usual, Amazon soldiers were training hard and honing their skills. The spear and the sword clashed, bursting out with the sound of a powerful collision of metal. The ancient and primitive cold weapons, placed in the hands of this group of physically strong women, could exert an unimaginable amount of damage. The fierce wind rippled out from their sides as they trained in pairs for a fierce and dangerous battle. For Amazon warrior women, bloodshed and wounds weren't frightening. They enjoyed the sensation of fighting and the relief of squeezing out their potential. "Diana, my daughter." Hippolyta turned her head, and her gentle eyes fell on the Amazon princess. In the distance was the blue sea, a few white seagulls skimming the water. The tide rose and fell, lapping on the beach. The sky was clear, and the sun was shining. Everything was so beautiful. Themyscira. Why am I in Themyscira? This question came to mind again. Suddenly, Diana remembered. She was clearly going to travel with a man to the world of men. But who was that man? Diana's head was aching, and her consciousness seemed to be swallowed up by the tide of memories. The thin fog wrapped around everything, and the vivid scene in front of her slipped away. Like an illusory dream, the world was gradually blurred. When the fog cleared, Diana opened her eyes wide and saw the sky covered with dark clouds and thunder and lightning. A huge sea monster filled her sights. The slippery tentacles were like thick whips that lashed over, sending a wave several feet high. Diana tried to hold a sword to face the enemy but found that she was unarmed. An unprecedented sense of weakness wrapped itself around the Amazon princess. She saw the huge and terrifying sea monster, like an iceberg, opening its bloody mouth as if to swallow her up. Infinite darkness was approaching. Diana was helpless, and she subconsciously cried out for her mother. "Don't be afraid." A low voice quietly sounded, like a light that dispersed the darkness, making people settle down. Diana's panic gradually calmed down and disappeared. Those fragmented memories came in like a tidal wave, and the mental world instantly fell apart. "Luke, why are you here? This is Themyscira." Awakened again, the Amazon princess saw a pair of soft eyes. A young face that looked particularly kind appeared in front of her. The blood of the sea monster was so poisonous that even with the strong body of the Amazon, you were still affected. Luke pushed Diana back, who wanted to sit up, and spoke with a smile, "But I'm not a doctor, I can't provide treatment, so I had to take you back to Themyscira and give you to Queen Hippolyta. They gave you the blessing of the gods and some kind of magic, it should be all right now." The Amazon princess was dazed and sleepy, completely out of her usual heroic form. "Is that so? Am I awake now, or am I still dreaming?" Diana clutched the quilt with both hands. She shrank inside, only revealing her head. "You can pinch yourself. If you feel pain, then you're awake." Luke shrugged his shoulders and joked. Maybe it's because her thinking was too slow to realize it, but Diana actually did it. She pulled her cheek hard, then hissed and gasped. "It seems I need to ask Queen Hippolyta if the sea monster's poison will leave an IQ-lowering after effect." Luke laughed in silence as Diana woke up, looking like a simple child of 4 or 5 years old. "By the way, did you have a nightmare just now?" Diana stared angrily at the bad guy who made fun of her and shook her head vigorously. "How can an Amazon warrior have nightmares? We are fearless." "Oh, is that so? I must have misheard you. It seems that someone panicked and called for Queen Hippolyta just now," Luke said jokingly with a smile on his mouth. "If I had any energy left, I would have jumped up from the bed and given you a good beating." Diana felt speechless and pouted. As an Amazon princess, when had she ever been ridiculed like this? "Well, since your highness doesn't want to see me, I'll take my leave." Luke picked his eyebrows. They traveled and came back to Themyscira in a roundabout way that he hadn't expected. Of course, there were many things that surprised him, not just this one. "I didn't say that." Seemingly thinking that she had hurt Luke, Diana was a little defeated and explained weakly. "By the way, what happened to the sea monster? And who was that guy with the trident?" Well, it seemed that the Amazon princess had also learned how to change the subject. "That's a sea creature tamed by Atlantis, called Topo, a poisonous and dangerous monster." Luke's eyes twinkled. He didn't think that the new changes mentioned by the 5 creator gods of Marvel was actually the Flashpoint paradox. The guy with the trident is Arthur Curry, the Prince of Atlantis. When he saw Aquaman appear, he guessed that this was the Flashpoint world. If it were the story of Wonder Woman's origins, Arthur Curry wouldn't be here. Moreover, this persisting feeling was very serious and made Luke feel it was déjà vu. If he guessed correctly, according to the original plot, it should be Diana going to sea alone, leaving Themyscira, wanting to go to the outside world. She would happen to bump into Topo, the sea monster, and Arthur Curry. Diana would be poisoned and passed out. Then she would be taken back to Atlantis by the young Sea King to recuperate for a period of time. Thus, Themyscira and Atlantis, two entities that were both hiding their existence and whose overall power was greater than that of the human world, came into contact with each other. The undersea people and the Amazons had their first communication. The two sides acted as a bridge of friendship between them, the Amazon Princess Diana and the Sea King Arthur Curry. The young man and woman collided and sparked a love in the Flashpoint world, where everything was distorted and twisted. Themyscira and Atlantis, two forces, entered into a marriage. However, this matter didn't go smoothly, causing dissatisfaction and opinions from Atlantis's opposition and Themyscira's conservatives. So, at the wedding, Mera, who was supposed to become the Queen of the Sea, Arthur Curry's brother, Orm the Ocean Master, and Themyscira's female generals united to plan an attack. Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons was tragically killed, followed by the death of the King of Atlantis, who became a sacrificial lamb. The marriage between Themyscira and Atlantis naturally fell through. In its place, there was a roaring fire. Diana turned into a goddess of vengeance and cut off Mera's head with her own hands. Arthur, the Sea King, was blinded by hatred and blew the horn of opposition against Themyscira. The violent conflict between the two forces involved the human world. First of all, London was flooded by a tsunami caused by Atlantis. Themyscira was the first to take over Athens, Greece, and invaded the land with great force. In this way, because of a failed marriage, the world once again stepped on the brink of destruction. This was the main line of the Flashpoint world. And the reason why Luke would say that this was a distorted time and space that was born by mistake. It was mainly because everything in the world of Flashpoint had changed. First of all, instead of landing on a farm in Kansas, the Kryptonian spacecraft carrying Superman crashed into Metropolis, causing a lot of casualties. Superman, who didn't get the name Clark Kent, was taken in and imprisoned by the military. He never basked in the sun even once and became the material of various experiments. Then, Gotham. The evil alley that was brought out every time the birth of Batman was mentioned. It wasn't Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne who died in the shooting, but Bruce Wayne. His dad became Batman, and his mom became the Joker. Was this some kind of official decree that Batman and the Joker were meant to be a couple? There were countless similar changes. For each member of the Justice League, their destiny had shifted. Hal Jordan didn't get Abin Sur's Green Lantern ring, and he was just an ordinary pilot. The treatment of Sea King Arthur Curry and his brother, Ocean Master Orm, was swapped. The former was deeply trusted and loved by the King of Atlantis, while the latter was unpopular. Of course, the most important thing was that the Flash, Barry Allen, had achieved his wish. He saved his mother from the Reverse Flash. The price paid was the disappearance of his Speed Force and the identity of the Flash. This was the Flashpoint world. The influence had spread to the multiverse, leading to a new chapter of events in DC Comics. Atlantis. Diana thought for a moment. She had heard the name in Themyscira's book collections. Damn underwater people, if I see them again next time, I'll teach them a lesson. Diana wasn't even aware that her destiny had once again shifted. The Amazon princess, whose heart was full of a sense of justice, clenched her fist and spoke seriously. There will be a chance. Luke smiled meaningfully. Since it's Flashpoint World, it'll be fun. Should we go to Barry Allen or Reverse Flash first? Except for the two of them, only he knew the truth in the whole world. This was a distorted space-time created by mistake, which would be corrected sooner or later, and then closed down and died out. Therefore, no matter how many disasters happened in the Flashpoint world, it would have no direct impact on the main universe. But it was also Luke's only path to the main universe. If he let things go on, he would only be trapped in this world twisted by the conventions of time and space forever. After clearing his mind, Luke came to his senses and found Diana totally lost in thought, looking at himself. "Is there something on my face?" he asked calmly, with eyebrows slightly raised. "I have many questions, like, why did you disappear after the boat capsized? How did you escape from the giant sea monster? Also, why aren't you poisoned? And how did you bring me back to Themyscira?" Diana slightly frowned, as if her heart was full of doubts. "Then you can tie me up with the lasso of truth and make me tell the truth." Luke's smile remained unchanged as he lightly said so. "My mother said I shouldn't pry too much into people's secrets, it only makes things worse." Diana pondered for a moment, waved her hand cheerfully, and softly said, "And I remember that in books about the human world, many married couples have their own secrets from each other, which can't be shared with anyone. So, just keep the secrets and tell me when you want to." Luke chuckled as if he thought it was funny. This Amazon princess had obviously never been to the human world, but she always pretended to know everything. He had to say, this kind of Wonder Woman was really cute. "All in all, thank you for saving me." Diana looked at the young man sitting in front of her and solemnly said so. "Why are you looking at me with such a strange look, are you moved by it?" Luke shook his head, pointed to the Amazon princess's chest, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "No, I was trying to warn you that the quilt slipped off." The proud landscape appeared in his sights without any obstruction. He could only say, "Such great evil. If you bury your head in it, you will definitely suffocate, right?" Luke thought so. After being reminded of this, Diana fumbled a bit and lifted the blanket to cover the white skin and tempting curves. Although there was no difference between men and women in Amazon's common sense, she didn't have the habit of exposing her body. When this interlude passed, Diana raised her head again. The man sitting at the head of the bed had disappeared, and only the white gauze curtain was faintly fluttering. Acting all mysterious. The Amazon princess gathered her delicate mood, huddled under the covers, and secretly thought so. Midtown, Police Department. Barry Allen woke up from the darkness and opened his eyes. He seemed to have had a long sleep. Instead of recovering his spirits, he felt very tired. "I didn't want to wake you up from your dream. The police station is very busy these days. You really need some rest. But Barry, you still have a lot of work to do." The voice of his adoptive father, Joe, reached Barry's ears. The other party was holding a cup of coffee and handed it over. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 16 comments. Vote. Chapter 441, Chapter 439 Winning Affection, Losing Love. Barry Allen, a crime scene investigator for the Central City Police Department, was a bright young man. But it was hard for outsiders to imagine that he had experienced an extremely brutal childhood nightmare when he was 11 years old. His father, who was a doctor, was accused of killing his wife and was thus arrested and imprisoned. This was a reality far more painful than losing his parents. Making a child accept that his father had become a murderer. The gentle mother died by her husband's hands. It was really too dark. If the background were Gotham City, it wouldn't be a surprise if Barry Allen became a supercriminal or gang leader. He then joined Batman's huge fan club and spent years in and out of Blackgate Penitentiary or Arkham Asylum. Fortunately, this was Central City. It was one of the few cities in the DC universe that could be called normal. Even the villainous rogues had principles, never bullying the weak. Compared with Gotham's psychopaths, lunatics, and anti-human elements, they were simply angels. Barry Allen, who lost his parents and was left unattended, wasn't sent to an orphanage. Officer Joe West of the Central City Police Department adopted him and made sure he made it through college. He was a friend of Barry's father, an honest policeman, and a warm-hearted man. After graduating from college, Barry chose to enter the Central City Police Department in an effort to clear his father's name, who was sentenced to life in prison. Yes, he never regarded his father as a criminal. Because young Barry witnessed the murderer. At that time, there were two red and yellow lightning in the room, entangled with each other. It's just that no one believed it. They all thought that Barry suffered severe mental trauma, which led to hallucinations. The words of an 11-year-old child simply had no weight. Therefore, Barry successfully entered the Central City Police Department with the firm idea of reuniting with his father. While working, he was looking for new clues. Until the lightning bolt fell from the sky, breaking his quiet life. The big explosion of the particle accelerator, together with the mixed liquid in the laboratory and the lightning, changed Barry's fate. He got the Speed Force and became the Speedster. Since then, Central City welcomed the first superhero, the Flash. Barry used the Speed Force to punish evil and fight crime while investigating the tragedy that happened in his childhood and finally learning the truth. A future person named Eobard Thawne, nicknamed Reverse Flash. He was the one who traveled to the Flash's time and murdered Barry's mother. The real goal of the Reverse Flash was actually young Barry. However, the future Flash prevented him from killing Barry's mother in order to vent his anger, which caused the birth of a tragedy. However, the Reverse Flash ignored the space-time continuum. He was able to obtain the Speed Force by replicating the Flash's accident. If Barry Allen didn't become the Flash, he would be affected and lose everything. In other words, Reverse Flash locked himself in this time and space and could never return to the future. Because he didn't have the Speed Force anymore, he couldn't continue to travel through the infinite corridor of time and space. In order to save himself and go home, the Reverse Flash could only wait silently for Barry Allen to grow up and recreate the accident with his own hands so that the Flash would reappear, thus forming a closed loop. This was the feud between the Reverse Flash and the Flash, becoming arch-enemies. I feel like I had a long sleep and a long dream. Barry Allen, awake, took the coffee from his adoptive father, Joe. He felt like he had a hangover, and his mind was tangled up. He felt that there were a lot of pictures flashing by, just like a fractured memory. "You're probably under too much pressure, Barry." Joe held the young man's shoulder and comforted him, "But there's nothing we can do about it. We've been working on this case for 18 hours, and we still don't have a clear idea of what's going on, and people want to know the truth." The media is fanning the flames, and there's a lot of pressure on everyone. So, you have to work harder, Barry. And try to extract more critical clues from the evidence found at the crime scene. Joe was an experienced cop, and he and his colleagues were recently investigating a murder case. According to the preliminary judgment, the murderer was likely a super criminal. Well, thanks for the coffee and pep talk, Joe. Barry smiled and nodded. He finished his cup of steaming coffee and started working with Speed Force as a habit. Where's my speed? Then, sobering up, Barry felt something was wrong. The Speed Force, it's gone. The wonderful power that wasn't bound by the laws of physics not only could accelerate Barry when he was running but also helped in daily life. As long as he used his speed, time would slow down for him. Barry could do his work several times over with amazing efficiency. For example, read all the files in 10 seconds, then run around Central City twice, track the criminals through clues, and then send them to the police station. Exam memorization, takeout, doing experiments. When he wanted to sleep in the morning, Barry would use Speed Force to wash up quickly and then rush to Central City Police Station. It could be said that the Speed Force was simply the best tool for the Flash. But now, it was gone. Barry's mind was still running slowly at its usual speed. What could have been done in 1 millisecond was now done in minutes and hours. Barry felt very uncomfortable, and he felt like a sloth named Lightning in Zootopia. Everything was so slow. What's the matter, Barry? Joe asked, frowning. He noticed Barry's abnormality. The other party seemed very uncomfortable. I'm a little nauseous. Barry tried to adjust his state and return to the rhythm of normal life. By the way, Joe, if this is a super criminal murder case, what should we do? Get help from the Flash. While pretending to be working, he changed the subject and diverted his adoptive father's attention. But then, Joe's answer left Barry completely stunned. Who's the Flash? What are you talking about? Were you drunk last night? Joe's eyes were strange, he didn't understand Barry at all. To confirm the identity of the criminal, of course, we need the help of Citizen Cold, the greatest hero of this city. Citizen Cold. Barry stared in disbelief. Joe isn't talking about Captain Cold of the Rogues, right? When did that guy become a superhero? Barry felt that it was all wrong. He was filled with confusion, but no one could provide answers. Come on, Barry, you'd better go back and get some rest. You look too tired. Joe shook his head and told him so. This usually smart and witty young man was full of nonsense today. Was he drunk? Yeah, okay, Joe. Barry nodded and agreed. He needed to find out what had happened. Putting on his jacket, he ran as usual and then remembered that his Speed Force had disappeared. My ring. The ring that contained the Flash suit wasn't on Barry's hand either. When his thoughts were scattered, he stepped off the stairs and fell down with a roll, hitting the back of his head on the ground. After the impact, his brain seemed stimulated, and a lot of strange memories instantly gushed out. Without the tragic experience when he was 11 years old, his mother wasn't murdered, and his father wasn't sent to prison. He didn't become the Flash. The greatest hero in the city was called Citizen Cold. The Rogues, a group of villains, had become positive people who were admired by everyone. Iris. Barry thought bitterly. Iris West, who should have been his wife, didn't join him in marriage but became someone else's wife. At this moment, Barry was filled with bitterness. He didn't know if he was doing the right thing or the wrong thing. Winning in family affection and saving his mother. But lost love, letting his wife marry someone else. No way. I have to think of a way. Barry struggled to get up and patted the dust on his clothes. A bold guess vaguely emerged in his heart, but he was afraid to confirm it. If the world had really been completely changed, only one person could help him. Batman. The brains of the Justice League. No matter how strange things were, Batman could always accept them quickly and find a solution. Barry, who was walking down the road, immediately reached out to stop a cab. To Gotham, he said to the driver. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. // Comment. 13 comments. Vote. Chapter 442, Chapter 440. The Dark Knight. Aquaman comes to the door. When the world was near destruction, ordinary people could seek help from superheroes and pin their hopes on them. What about superheroes? Barry Allen looked solemn and stared at the street sign. It was 13 miles away from Gotham. He wondered if he was getting closer and closer to the city that was always shrouded in clouds. It was raining and gloomy outside, just like his bad mood at this time. Whenever members of the Justice League met with unsolvable problems or sensed an omen of crisis, the first person they would think of was Batman. The Dark Knight who always hid under that mask and regarded Gotham as a hunting ground. After so many years of fighting side by side, all the members of the Justice League were willing to put their trust in him. Who can save the world at the end of the day? People would unanimously elect two people. Batman and Superman were definitely the first choices. Although the latter had great power, it was well known that Superman would always listen to Batman's advice. Their friendship might be one of the strongest things in the world. Superman? I asked the driver. He has never heard of him. There is no Superman in the metropolis. But why is Lex Luthor there? Barry Allen's frown was even tighter. He was in the middle of a mystery, but he couldn't find any clues. Arthur, Diana, Hal. What happened to them? An hour and a half later, Barry arrived at the door of Wayne Manor. It was desolate, overgrown with weeds, withered, and dilapidated as if no one had lived here for a long time. This gave Barry a bad feeling. He crossed the collapsed iron gate and pushed open the front door of the cobwebbed mansion. Creak. A toothache-inducing sound was heard. The door was unlocked, but the rusty metal rubbed against the wood, making a harsh sound. Hey, is anyone there? Alfred. Barry felt like he had broken into a haunted house, surrounded by silence, with only his voice echoing. The floor was damp, the doors and windows were broken, and it looked like thieves had visited it. The Wayne family was Gotham's richest family. How could they have fallen this far? With doubt, Barry went to the second floor, moved a crooked clock, and found the secret door behind it. Fortunately, this hasn't changed. He was a crime scene investigator and had a keen observation of the environment. Maybe it wasn't as good as Batman, the greatest detective in the world, but it was easy for him to find the secret passage designed by the other party. Entering the secret door, Barry saw a long stairway, and he didn't know where it would end. Batcave. He breathed a sigh of relief. Batman's secret base still existed, so there should be hope. The Flash of the main universe once visited the Batcave under Wayne Mansion. He was impressed by the Batmobile and all kinds of high-tech equipment. Screech, screech. At the end of the stairs, a swarm of bats flew past, passing through the underground caverns like a black storm. It's a little different. Barry didn't see the tank-like Batmobile, nor did he see the large surveillance platform with hundreds of screens connected together, much less the Robin uniforms displayed in the glass case. Just a semi-automatic pistol and a family photo. The table was cluttered with items such as a crossbow, hooks and claws, and bat darts. Compared with the main universe, this place was simply too shabby. What are you looking for? A raspy voice like that of a patient with terminal throat cancer suddenly rang out from behind Barry's back. Before he could turn his head, a broad palm was pressed on his shoulder. So strong that he almost crushed his shoulder blade. Before he could answer, Barry was put to the ground with a beautiful takedown and a spinning heel drop. Who the hell are you? Why are you here? Immediately afterward, an intimidating roar rushed into Barry's ears, causing subconscious fear. Why are you yelling so loudly? He only felt his ears buzzing. Boom. Answer my question. You're a thief who breaks into people's homes. The guy with the bat hood and the red glow in his eyes picked Barry up with one hand and pushed him hard against the wall. Barry only hesitated for a moment, and the other party broke one of his fingers. Wait, Bruce. It's me. Barry Allen. Barry, who had been severely beaten, reported his name in fear of even more brutal abuse. He had heard that Batman often beat criminals half to death and then sent them to prison. Bruce. Batman's punch stopped. I know who you are, hidden under a mask, just as you know my name is Barry Allen. Barry quickly said so. Yes, Batman was Bruce Wayne, which was no secret in the Justice League of the main universe. Since the Tower of Babel incident, the defense plan secretly made by Batman against other members of the Justice League was stolen, which almost led to the total annihilation of the entire team. In order to restore the trust of the team, Batman chose to take off his hood and disclose his identity. Who's Barry Allen? Batman didn't torture Barry further, but the arm around his neck still exerted strength, suffocating him. I don't care which bastard sent you. Remember one thing, don't ever mention the name Bruce again. Because he's dead, I watched him fall in a pool of blood with my own eyes. I couldn't save him, my own son. Barry's eyes focused on the family photo and then turned back to the Batman in front of him. Bearded, burly, angry, with a red bat on his chest. The fragments of memory flooding his brain became clear all of a sudden. He spoke in disbelief, so oh my God. You're Thomas Wayne. In Themyscira. Diana, you can actually use the front door. Luke helplessly looked at the young girl who had once again tumbled in from outside the balcony. After half a week's short rest, the Amazon princess finally recovered her strength. The last time you visited me, you snuck in. Diana snorted softly, saying, I learned this from you. As an outsider, it's not a good idea for me to directly enter the Amazon princess's chamber. Luke explained. He found that Hippolyta, the Amazon queen, was looking at him a little funny these days. If the other party knew, he not only saw Diana but also ran into the latter's bedroom, staying for more than an hour, in addition to his previous attempt to run away from the Amazon princess. Combined with punishment for several crimes, he was afraid that Hippolyta would gather the Amazon warriors and storm his room and tie him up. As the princess of the Amazons, it's not a good idea for me to go into an outsider's room. Diana spoke eloquently and held her head high, highlighting her pride. Seeing the girl's skills, Luke decided to shut up and focus on the scenery in front of him. I just asked my mother. She refused to let me go back out of the island. Diana was lively for a while, but she became unhappy again. I heard Antiope say that Atlantis had sent someone over, and I don't know what they are here for. Luke's eyes flickered, and his gaze fell on Diana, pondering. He had already beaten one of Atlantis' sea kings. He hoped there was no need to beat a second one. If Arthur Curry knew what he was doing. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 12 comments. Vote. Chapter 443, Chapter 441 Kingdoms Uniting, Unforgiven. In the main hall of Themyscira, Hippolyta was receiving the messengers from Atlantis. She had a good attitude towards this civilization that hid like the Amazons. Dear Queen, I think Atlantis is very similar to Themyscira. We are both ancient civilizations with a long history. We live far away from the hustle and bustle of the world. We are also a country of soldiers, always ready to fight. The representative of Atlantis was Arthur Curry, who spoke in front of everyone. Of course, apart from being born strong, we are also kind, and we love peace. This flattering speech won the approval of the Amazon people. Even the female general, Antiope, who had always been serious and rigid, had a smile on her lips. No one hated praise. Your Royal Highness, Themyscira welcomes you. Hippolyta was smiling, although she was unhappy that the sea monsters domesticated in Atlantis had wounded Diana before. Now, however, the other party took the initiative to come to their door and apologized. With such a sincere act, the Amazon Queen took back her bad impression from before. The misunderstanding between Themyscira and Atlantis had been resolved. For a long time, we have been thinking about the same problem. Arthur Curry's eyes swept through the audience, but he didn't find the beautiful image he expected. He put away his loss and continued, that is, the problem of how we should integrate with the outside world. Hippolyta nodded. Because of this problem, she let Diana take the opportunity to send the traveler back to the human world to experience and learn the culture of the outside world. It was better to build a peaceful bridge of friendly exchanges between Themyscira and the world of man. Your Majesty, we are all worried about the possible consequences of being exposed to the world. This time, Arthur Curry came with a diplomatic mission. Apologizing was just a pretext. Of course, it wasn't known whether the young Sea King had other thoughts in his mind. Do you have any advice, Prince Curry? General Antiope asked. With the increasing exploration efforts of humans and their footprints all over the world, they will discover our existence sooner or later. Arthur Curry recited the manuscript written long ago and expressed his opinion. Instead of waiting for them to knock on the door, we should be proactive and expose ourselves. The world is childish and fickle. The progress of human civilization is still in the struggle for land and resources. They are narrow-minded and can only see the tiny benefits. Atlanteans and Amazons, we have the responsibility to save this planet and share the wisdom and experience of the higher civilization with mankind. We can bring a better future to the world and make the Earth the original Garden of Eden. Arthur Curry said a lot of things, probably summarized as Atlantis and Themyscira should lead the descendants of mankind, and then together they would be bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. Basically, it belonged to the third-rate bosses of small companies that say inspiring words. Themyscira has no intention of creating conflicts and intervening in war. Hippolyta shook her head. She understood Arthur Curry. Themyscira and Atlantis should lead the human race. But have they asked for other people's opinions? To achieve the above, it was necessary to start a war or even multiple wars between civilizations. Themyscira didn't want to go to war with humans, it was pointless and wouldn't yield anything. Everyone in Amazon was a demigod, with a long lifespan and the support of the gods of Olympus. They would only start a war if they truly had nothing better to do. Even if they ruled the world, how would Themyscira rule with such a small number of people? Not enough for every country, not enough for every city. War is only the last option, and it is an outcome that none of us wants to see. Arthur Curry seemed to have guessed Hippolyta's thoughts and instead said, "The first problem facing Atlantis and Themyscira is how to make the human world accept us, and diffuse the vigilance and hostility of both sides. Your Majesty, I think Atlantis and Themyscira are in such a similar position that they could form an alliance and form a joint kingdom. When the land and the ocean are connected with each other and join hands with each other to become a whole, even if people are hostile, they will seriously consider the consequences, instead of easily lighting the fuse of war." Hippolyta seemed to have been persuaded. Amazon people had no prejudice against the Atlantis people living under the deep sea. The living areas of both sides were different, and there was no direct conflict of interest. The alliance could be considered. "Your Royal Highness, let Antiope show you around later. Themyscira is a land blessed by the gods, and there are many rare foreign objects that are hard to find outside." Hippolyta didn't directly agree but left some room for maneuvering. She hadn't figured out the true purpose of Atlantis yet, so it was unwise for her to make a hasty decision. On behalf of Atlantis, I offer the sincerest blessing to Her Majesty the Queen." Arthur Curry said goodbye and left the hall with the delegation. That day, that night. "Bruce was killed in the alley, right? He took your place." Barry spoke in a shaky voice, stating this brutal truth twisted by fate. He looked at the family photo, then at the angry and violent Batman in front of him, as if he understood everything. "I said." Batman was unmoved as he released the hand around Barry's neck and twisted his body around. "Don't you mention Bruce's name again." Crack. He directly gripped Barry's 5 fingers and broke them with force. "Ah!" Barry screamed in pain. His tall body curled up. 5 of his fingers were violently broken by Batman. This kind of pain was by no means tolerable by an ordinary person. Huff huff. Barry was panting, with sweat dripping from his forehead. He knelt on the ground and couldn't say a complete word for a while. "Now, do you remember? Barry Allen." Batman looked down at the other party with no emotion in his eyes. "If you mention that name again, I'll break every bone in your body. Don't doubt my ability. If you really investigated me carefully, you should know that I was an excellent doctor." In the face of the naked threat, Barry followed his heart's choice and nodded vigorously. He didn't want to be beaten and tortured by Bruce Wayne's father anymore. It was a nightmare. Those criminals in Gotham are pitiful. Thinking that the villains of this city were facing a superhero who didn't mind using violence, Barry felt that the Rogue Gallery were lucky. Central City was much better than Gotham. So, now. The raspy voice of a terminal throat cancer patient once again came from above Barry's head. "It's time for a quiz, Barry Allen. Tell me, why are you here? Did the clown send you? Remember, I need to answer honestly. If you hesitate or try to cheat, then, I will start with your hands, slowly crush your fingers, and then break your legs, and leave you sitting on a wheelchair for the rest of your life. I've seen many vicious bastards, but they all cried for forgiveness in the end. The middle-aged Batman paused as if remembering what had happened in that alley. Young Bruce fell into his mother's arms. He beat the guy who shot him until he couldn't speak. From that day on, Thomas Wayne's heart was full of anger that couldn't be vented. He dealt with each criminal with even more brutality than Gotham's gang of villains. Even if James Gordon, an old friend from Gotham Police Department, persuaded him several times, Thomas Wayne didn't waver. These scum deserved hell. They don't deserve forgiveness. I'm not the Dark Knight of Gotham, I'm the Knight of Vengeance. Batman said so. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 16 comments. Vote. Chapter 444, Chapter 442 Superman, sending an invitation to the Flash to form a team. The Batman of the Flashpoint world didn't have a no-killing rule and didn't mind using firearms. 2 days ago, when he was chasing the Joker, he shot Killer Croc in the head with a shotgun in the sewers of Gotham. Earlier, in order to vent the anger of losing his son, to eliminate his inner nightmare, he even got ahead of the police and found the murderer who shot him in the alley and killed him. In this collapsing world, all the superheroes were utterly different. They would act entirely differently than they normally do. Batman was no exception. Dr. Wayne, please believe me. Barry, holding his broken finger, tried to be sincere and explained, I have another identity that can't be made public, just like you. I'm also a superhero. My name is the Flash, and I used to be famous in Central City. One day, a bolt of lightning hit me and turned me into the fastest person in the world. Boom! Batman swung a left hook and struck Barry hard on the cheek. The corner of the opponent's mouth was split open, and a stream of blood dripped out. The fastest man in the world can't even dodge my fist. Thomas Wayne obviously didn't believe Barry's heartfelt words. He thought the guy might be a seriously delusional person. Crazy people with mental disorders, abnormal people full of abnormal ideas, high IQ people with antisocial personalities. These were Gotham's specialities. Arkham Asylum and Blackgate Penitentiary were their gold-plated sanctuaries. If one hadn't been to these two places, one didn't deserve to be called a villain in Gotham. At best, they could only be called a small thug. Central City. There were indeed masked heroes in that city, who punish evil, promote good and crack down on criminals. But he was called Citizen Cold. The Flash. Thomas Wayne had never heard of that name. That's because I lost the Speed Force, an energy field that grants all speedsters their power and allows me to ignore the laws of physics. Barry gasped violently. He didn't expect that he would be beaten by his good friend's father one day. Compared to the Batman of the main universe, Thomas Wayne was more violent and merciless. If it were Bruce, he would have at least listened to the explanation before moving on. But with this middle-aged Batman, Barry didn't even get a chance to speak. I must have run too fast and arrived in another world, another parallel universe before all this happened. Lying on the ground, Barry's vision blurred. No, You just need therapy," Batman coldly said. He was even more convinced that the guy who broke into the Batcave was actually a lunatic with a mental disorder. "You should be in Arkham Asylum." Thomas Wayne grabbed the fallen Barry with both hands and lifted him up easily, pressing his thumbs hard against his opponent's temples. A stab of pain awakened the memory fragments deep in Barry's brain. His body began to twitch, and various pictures flashed before his eyes. Some had already happened, and some were about to happen. The direction of this world was presented in a clear way in front of Barry's eyes. Atlantis. Themyscira, the war. He saw Arthur Curry, Aquaman, setting off a tsunami that flooded half of Europe. He also saw Wonder Woman leading the Amazons to attack London and occupy Buckingham Palace. This isn't a parallel universe, this is the real world. Barry seemed to understand that while he was seeing the future, his original memories were being overwritten in the depths of his mind, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before he would completely forget everything about the main universe. "I made it all happen. You want to leave Themyscira alone." On the beach, Diana, barefoot and treading on the waves and mud, looked at the man in front of her with sorrowful eyes. "And leave me here? What happened to taking me to the circus and treating me to the ice cream that you promised?" Diana, who maintained her Amazon warrior mentality, felt that this was a betrayal. "Leaving your partner alone. Such a shameful act." "I'll be back. It's just a short trip." Luke shrugged helplessly. Whenever men faced angry women, they were always at a disadvantage. Even Superman was no exception. Because at this time, the reasoning wouldn't play much of a role. Diana crossed her arms and spoke with dissatisfaction, "My mother was right. Men from the outside world don't have an honest bone in their body." The angry Amazon princess started to attack him with angry remarks. Themyscira did discriminate against outside men. "I have my own tasks to complete, and I told you before, Diana." Luke's voice was soft and gentle like he was coaxing a child. "Themyscira is in the midst of an important alliance with Atlantis, and Queen Hippolyta won't let you go, at least not yet." Diana lowered her head and stayed silent. She wasn't an unreasonable person, so she naturally understood that Luke was right. She was the Amazon princess. When Themyscira made an alliance with Atlantis and then came out in public and into the eyes of the human world. On such a critical occasion, she must be present. "But I'll be back soon, and I can bring you a gift." Luke cheerfully said so. Although Wonder Woman's favorable impressions weren't fully grasped, considering the Flash should have found the world's anomalies. In order to prevent accidents and to ensure that the only way back to the main universe was without problems, Luke decided to find Barry Allen first and take the lead in sending out a team invitation. In case of a butterfly effect or other problems. Because if the Flash were killed, then he would be trapped in this time and space forever. Gift. Diana looked puzzled. It is a tradition in the human world, to express friendship. Luke explained. Themyscira didn't seem to have a birthday custom. Okay, I want that sweet, cold, melt-in-your-mouth ice cream you were talking about. Diana said excitedly. No matter the main universe, or Flashpoint world, Wonder Woman had an uncompromising sweet tooth. This point, however, hadn't changed. I remember. Luke nodded, glancing at Diana's perfect curves in passing. I wonder if Amazons get fat if they eat too many sweets. After all, there was Asgard's chubby Thor. That was the first image that came to mind. It was hard to say if Wonder Woman would never be affected. Then I'll wait for your ice cream. Diana, who had never been outside of Themyscira, was really easy to coax. However, I might be going to the human world on Amazon's mission before you come back. Luke smiled when he heard this. Intuition told him that even with his own influence, there would still be a war between Themyscira and Atlantis. In this collapsing world, everyone would be somewhat affected. It's just like Batman in the Dark Multiverse, who would take the villain's path because of all the tragedies or unexpected events. The will of the world, the nature of existence, decreed all that. The Flashpoint world, too. I don't know if I'll get a chance to meet my third cousin. Luke looked up and looked at the distant skyline. He had automatically taken the role of the Kryptonian's cousin. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 17 comments. Vote. Chapter 445, Chapter 443 Master Tactician, Surprise Meeting. Gotham was a city shrouded by dark clouds all year round, with towering chimneys emitting fumes and drizzling rain falling. Beneath the surface of the bustling city were narrow, cramped alleys and filthy gutters. There were street girls scratching their heads and vagabonds with numb expressions. If the colorful billboards were added and polluted it with neon lights, it could be a cyberpunk game map. Luke clasped his arms over his chest and stood above the clouds. Such a simple and unique city could be a special attraction in the DC universe. There were too many places to visit. For example, Blackgate Penitentiary and Arkham Asylum, which had housed a variety of supercriminals. Batman's solo series was a classic show, where those dark allies were always perfect for torturing people for information. There was also the chemical factory where the Joker fell, Poison Ivy's botanical garden, Robin's circus and so on. If there were an opportunity, Luke would like to arrange a 5-day tour of Gotham City to enjoy the city's wonderful scenery. Of course, he wouldn't recommend ordinary people to do that because it was risky. In case of bad luck, people may encounter someone with an obsessive-compulsive disorder that would stalk them and force them to guess riddles. Someone with a disfigured face that would ask them to play a game of chance by flipping a coin. Of the worst of all, meeting a madman in a purple suit, asking the question, "Why so serious?" Such an interesting place. Luke collected his scattered thoughts and spread his supervision all over the city. He soon found the Flash's location. In the Flashpoint world, Batman didn't build himself a safe house covered in the lead. Otherwise, his supervision wouldn't be useful. Who beat this guy up? Luke raised an eyebrow and seemed a little surprised. Barry Allen seemed beaten up. His nose was swollen, and the corners of his mouth were cracked. If his girlfriend came over, she wouldn't be able to recognize him for a while. TSK. Dr. Wayne was too hard on him. Luke reacted quickly, somewhat gloating. After a bit of analysis, he could guess that the person who did it was definitely Batman's father, Thomas Wayne. After all, Batman, no matter which time and space, was somewhat paranoid. It was hard for them to trust a stranger, especially a stranger who was full of nonsense. Boom, boom, boom. Superman accelerated, simply flashing across half of Gotham to the door of Wayne's manor. He chose not to descend from the sky but to walk in from the front door. An overly high-profile appearance would inevitably cause others to be wary and resentful. The dark passages and secret rooms in the mansion were completely revealed by supervision. This once again fully demonstrates that the Batman of the Flashpoint world didn't know the existence of Superman. Even the minimum insurance measures weren't arranged. Barry Allen, you are more delusional than the Joker. As I said, you should be in Arkham Asylum. Thomas Wayne digested the information that Barry, whose brain was agitated and expression was complicated, had said earlier. This guy just told him that he was actually a superhero, and he also had a mortal enemy with similar abilities. The origin of the other party was even more amazing. A future scientist in the 25th century could change history by traveling through time and space at super speed. Dr. Wayne, I'm not crazy or lying. It's all true. Barry Allen was holding a ring with a lightning logo, which fell out of his pocket. There should have been the Flash's uniform inside, but now it was Reverse Flash's yellow uniform. This was like silent ridicule, mocking Barry's situation at this time. He felt that his nemesis was once again stalking him. When I was 11 years old, my mother was murdered, and my father was convicted. In order to prove his innocence and catch my mother's killer, I tried my best to study, joined the Central City Police Department and became a forensic examiner. Barry Allen clutched the Reverse Flash's yellow suit and gritted his teeth, but I never found any clues until I became the Flash. I realized that my life had been chained to an enemy that I didn't even have a grudge against. Dr. Wayne, that was revenge. Reverse Flash came from the other end of time and space. He is the murderer who killed my mother. But in this world, my mother is alive and well. There's no doubt that he and I have rewritten history once again. After initially deciding that Barry was a non-threatening intruder, Batman didn't beat up the other party anymore. You said that history had been rewritten. What about Bruce? Thomas Wayne was more concerned about the name Barry blurted out when he broke into the Batcave than those strange plans that required imagination to understand. I remember you called me Bruce before, right? You know him. Barry hesitated for a moment. His broken finger was still in pain. Considering that he wasn't good at lying and couldn't fool Batman, he truthfully said, "In the world where I live, you and Mrs. Wayne were shot instead of him." Bruce became Batman, confronting the criminal forces in Gotham. He's a superhero and the brain of the Justice League. So, you mean Bruce survived? The Batman, who had been angry and violent from the beginning, suddenly trembled for a moment. The only thing that could affect him, except for his crazy wife, was probably his dead son. Yes, Dr. Wayne. Your son used to be one of my closest friends. We fought side by side against the darkness. Barry seemed to realize that if he wanted Batman's help, he had to use Bruce to impress him. Playing the emotional card was the most effective way. In turn, he was ashamed of such an idea. It didn't seem like a glorious act to take advantage of a good friend's father. When he got the answer, Thomas Wayne's tough expression, hidden under his mask, softened. He saw through Barry's thoughts, but he didn't care. If this crazy guy was telling the truth, and everything he said was true, then, maybe there was a chance. He could still salvage this terrible part of his life. Barry Allen, tell me, can you change the world back to its original trajectory? Back to the way it was when I was dead, and Bruce is still alive? Thomas Wayne seriously asked. He stared into Barry's eyes, trying to gauge if there was any sign of a lie. He can do it. He is the only one who can do it. The laughing magnetic voice suddenly sounded in the Batcave. From the dark shadows, a tall and sturdy figure emerged. It was Luke. It looks like I need to upgrade the security equipment around here. Thomas Wayne pretended to be depressed, sighed, and then threw out 2 bat darts without even blinking. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of the wind, split by the bat darts, came rushing out. Their targets were the thigh and shoulder. It looked like Batman didn't want him dead. Playing tactics is such a dirty thought. Luke thought silently. His gaze swept over, and his heat vision melted the 2 bat darts into a wisp of smoke. Superman! Clark! Is that you? Barry, who was standing at the side, shouted in surprise. That tall figure, that iconic heat vision, made him see Luke as Superman. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. 20 chapters by TMRW. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 446, Chapter 444 Lightning reappears, the power of the god of the sea. Superman. Luke grinned and walked out of the shadows. I didn't expect to see you here, Clark. Barry's voice of surprise came to an abrupt end because the man who appeared in front of him was not one of the 3 giants of the Justice League. Although the other party was wearing similar clothes, dark red cloak and metallic armor. Moreover, they were equally tall. That broad shoulder, strong body, was full of pressure. But without the signature little curl in his hair, it's like a different soul. The 2 men were quite different in temperament, and the man standing in front of him was more aggressive or giving off a sense of fear that made people palpitate. Do I remind you of a friend? After Luke demonstrated his super abilities, Batman took 2 steps back without a word and pressed his right hand on his belt. Through supervision, he saw that the belt contained smoke bombs, gas bombs and badgets with various functions. Sure enough, no matter what the circumstances, Batman would always be ready in advance. But faced with the disadvantage of the lack of time and effective information, Luke believed that even if Bruce Wayne himself came, he wouldn't be able to change anything. If Bruce Wayne is the real big daddy of the team, wasn't Thomas Wayne their grandfather? Luke quipped silently. Because many people in previous lives said that Superman was the big guy that could beat any supervillain, but Batman was the big daddy that could beat Superman. The 2 most popular superheroes perfectly formed a food chain. You are the Superman of this world? Barry asked hesitantly. Luke wasn't the genuine Superman, Clark Kent, so he made other guesses. Although there were too many different changes in the Flashpoint world, every important person still existed. Barry didn't find traces of Clark in keyword searches like Superman and Metropolis. But from another point of view, maybe he, like Batman, was modified by the fate that should have happened. For example, it may be Clark's father, Jor-El, who came to Earth by spaceship. Or General Zod. Without waiting for Luke's answer, Barry himself made up a reasonable explanation in his mind. I'm Superman, but not Clark Kent or Kal-El. Do you understand what I mean? Luke said indifferently. He finally became a Riddler, giving a response similar to I know everything. There was a chance that a lie would leave a flaw, but if he threw the problem to someone else and let the other side brainstorm it, he could avoid a fallout to the greatest extent. As for identity, Luke also prepared a story. Superman's older cousin. Anyway, there was a Supergirl, Kara, in the main universe. so it was reasonable that there would be a Kryptonian cousin in the Flashpoint world. I see, I see. Barry showed a look of understanding. In the Batcave, only Thomas Wayne looked confused and couldn't understand the encrypted words of the two at all. I mean no harm, I'm here to help, Barry Allen. Luke extended an invitation to join the team, and it seemed that the Flash wasn't in a good position. Batman would find it hard to believe him, let alone offer any help until he came up with strong evidence. At this time, Barry needed a strong teammate to stand up and break the deadlock. Help. Barry looked at Thomas Wayne next to him, looking confused. When Superman and Batman appear in front of him at the same time, which one should he choose? I know what's going on in this world. Luke made no secret that he needed the Flash to fix the Flashpoint paradox and return to the main universe with himself. Barry Allen, you need Speed Force now. You need to get back your super speed that disappeared. Barry nodded, and a look of excitement passed over his face, which had been beaten to the point that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Finally, someone understood their situation and offered solutions. Thinking of Thomas Wayne's beating, Barry decided to press the button on Luke and accept the team invitation. Dr. Wayne, I hope you can join. If Barry Allen succeeds in correcting this mistake that has already happened, then your son, Bruce Wayne, can live. Perhaps he was accustomed to being the director of SHIELD, so Luke automatically took up the role of giving orders. But at this time, no one had stepped forward to compete with him for the right to speak. The Flash had never been in the habit of being a leader, and Thomas Wayne was determined to bring his son back to life. If you can save Bruce and undo all this, then I will join you. Batman nodded and agreed. Although he didn't fully believe the Flash's words. But the opportunity lied ahead, and it was worth a try. Good, it looks like we've all reached a happy consensus. Luke clapped his hands to express his satisfaction. By the way, Dr. Wayne, I forgot to remind you that if Barry Allen corrects the world, then you will no longer exist. I mean, you and Mrs. Wayne will die in that alley. Thomas Wayne's tone was still low, but his raspy voice didn't waver. Looking at the family photo, he whispered, "This is exactly what I want to see. Let this terrible world collapse in the torrent of time and space." Luke smiled. He thought Bruce Wayne would be moved to tears if he saw this scene. What would it take to replicate the accident? After confirming the mutual desire to work together and their respective goals, Thomas Wayne moved on to the implementation phase. He wasn't someone who liked to procrastinate, and keeping it in Batman's style, he did have to do it quickly. Lightning rod, electric chair, ninhydrin. Barry made a long list. Fortunately, he remembered the chemical he used in the lab. As Luke said, it was imperative for the Flash to get the Speed Force again. The simplest and most effective way was naturally allowing Barry Allen to get struck by lightning. Splashing chemicals on yourself and attaching a lightning rod will make you the fastest man in the world. Thomas Wayne couldn't resist his inner urge to spit out the question. In his view, this was no different from suicide. That's how I first became the Flash. Barry placed the prepared things on the roof of Wayne Mansion. There was no shortage of rainy weather in Gotham. Thunder and lightning were common. This saved him a lot of time. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he would have to waste, just waiting for that lightning bolt to descend. Barry, have you ever heard the phrase "lightning never strikes twice"? Luke looked up at the leaden clouds of muffled thunder, and to be honest, he wasn't quite sure if the Flash could pull it off. In his memory, Barry seemed to have experienced a failure before he was lucky enough to regain his strength. Many people have told me that the lightning bolt picked me. Barry sat on an iron chair, wearing a helmet with a lightning rod. His hands and feet were tied with restraining straps, just like a prisoner being sent to the electric chair for execution. Now is the time to prove who fate really favors. Rumble. Silver lightning tore through the clouds. I'm here. Come on. Come here. Barry, like a madman, shouted at the rolling thunder. The cold raindrops were hitting his face, adding a chill. I'm here, come and strike me. 10 minutes later, his throat was hoarse, and there was no lightning bolt. This made the Flash's courageous move look a little silly. I suddenly feel very foolish to actually accompany you on the rooftop, in the rain, and then wait for this guy to get struck by lightning. Batman said quietly. The lightning rod stood upright, but no lightning was attracted. He didn't even know whether Barry was lucky or unlucky. Maybe, we should come back another time. Barry, who was shivering in the cold rain, seemed to think that waiting for lightning to strike him was an unreliable plan. Maybe he should go somewhere else, like under a tree, or tie himself to a kite. Wait, don't give up yet. I may have an idea. Luke frowned, thought for a while, then pulled out a golden trident from the underworld. When he fought Namor earlier, he took his opponent's weapon, the sacred trident of Neptune. Later, it was handed into S.H.I.E.L.D, and it was kept in the warehouse of the secret base and hadn't been put to use. After depriving Set of the right to use the underworld, he threw all those miscellaneous things into it. After all, the security level of S.H.I.E.L.D wasn't as high as that of Superman himself. Are you imitating Arthur? Barry looked at Luke, who had raised his trident in confusion. With Superman's image, doing the movements of Aquaman, it looked a little off. I wish you success, Barry. Luke glanced at the Flash, who was waiting for lightning to strike and held the golden trident in both hands, triggering a change in the sky. Crack! Boom! An electric flash, like a spear from the gods, was thrown straight down and hit Barry Allen, who was sitting in a chair, dead center. Zzz. An electric current ran all over his body, and within a few breaths, the rooftop was filled with the smell of burnt meat. The Flash teppanyaki is too appetizing. Oh no, too cruel. Luke narrowed his eyes and stared at Barry, who was about to turn into charcoal. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 16 comments. Vote. Chapter 447, Chapter 445 Cosmic Treadmill, Cousin's Whereabouts. As Barry Allen wished, the lightning fell and struck his body. Zizzy. Zizzy. Batman lifted his cape, blocked in front of him, and then jumped out some distance to avoid being affected by the electric current. Luke stood still. He even walked through the core of the sun once, and this little damage wouldn't break through his defense. Relying on the golden trident, the electric current was activated and concentrated on Barry. Zzz. That iron chair firmly imprisons the struggling Flash. The glass bottle of chemical reagents exploded with a bang, and various chemicals were poured over his body, mixed with electric currents, and suddenly burst into a blaze. As Luke described it, Barry, strapped to the chair, looked like he was being cooked on a teppanyaki grill. Hurry up and save him. Seeing that Barry was about to burn into charcoal, Batman rushed up, ready to put out the flames with his cloak. Wait a minute. Luke stopped Thomas Wayne's action. With the golden trident in his hand, he controlled the current, and he could ensure that Barry Allen wasn't in danger. Although, right now, the Flash was severely burned and was almost dying. But according to Luke's prediction, the other side can probably hold out for another 4 or 5 seconds. Superheroes were usually hard-headed, and he thought he could see through the situation. You're crazy. He is dying. Boom. It was another bolt of lightning. It was like a spear running through Barry, and the hot electric light was wrapped around him. It's done. Luke nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that there was no need to wait. Thomas Wayne looked at the clouds of chemical liquid floating upward in violation of the laws of gravity with shocked eyes. Under the bombardment of lightning, as if forming some kind of force field, hanging over Barry Allen. My speed force is back. The one who directly felt it the most was Barry himself. He felt that time seemed to slow down. Everything slowed down. That exciting energy, rushing like lightning, was surging in his body once again. It was like blood. It came naturally to him. I'm the Flash. Barry broke free from the chair through high-speed vibration in just a few moments. Then, he quickly ran around Wayne Mansion and found the long-lost liberating feeling. The sound of the wind and the airflow were all integrated into the speed force, and the whole thing was transformed into a wonderful sight of streaming lights. Dr. Wayne, as I said. I am the fastest person in the world. Barry ran to the Batcave, found the Reverse Flash's uniform, changed the fibers with high-speed vibration, and turned the yellow uniform into the red of the Flash. Dressed in a brand new uniform, he appeared in front of Thomas Wayne and waited for the other party's incredibly shocked eyes. Well, for men, being too fast is not something to brag about. What Barry did, in Thomas Wayne's eyes, took less than a second. But instead of showing obvious emotions, he casually dismissed it. This calm look embarrassed Barry. He could only look at Luke. However, the latter was also very calm. Luke snapped his fingers and whispered, "Congratulations on getting your speed force back. Well, it's time to turn it all around. I have a question. Barry, can you open the passage through time and space at the speed you are going?" He asked a question knowingly. The Flash certainly couldn't do it right now. On the one hand, the presence of the Reverse Flash prevented him from using his full strength. For every step Barry took, the speed force generated was absorbed by both him and the Reverse Flash. Unless Reverse Flash was willing to cooperate, it was difficult for him to open the wormhole of time and space again. On the other hand, he just got his super speed back and was in a weak state. It's hard. Barry was also self-aware. When he was running around the Wayne Manor just now, he noticed that his speed was slowing down. Is there any way to get your original speed back? Luke continued to guide Barry. He actually had several ways. The simplest one was to kill the Reverse Flash and let the Flash absorb the complete speed force. But that Eobard Thorne guy was probably hiding in a corner somewhere, so it wasn't easy to find him. The cosmic treadmill. Barry seemed to remember something. The Flash had a treadmill specially designed for speedsters. If there was a need to travel through time and space, he would run all out and use his resonance with the universe to determine the destination. It sounded like there was no scientific basis, but speed force itself was a thing that bullied the laws of physics on the ground. I've heard about this amazing treadmill. Luke nodded. This was the more feasible method at the moment. However, I need a helper who can conduct professional data analysis and model calculations. Preferably a supercomputer. Barry made a request. He had already seen it just now. There was only one desktop computer with a slower internet speed than a snail in Wayne Mansion. There was no qualified scientific research equipment. Even a top scientist couldn't conjure up materials by hand out of thin air. Dr. Wayne should be able to take care of it. These are all problems that can be solved with money. Luke looked at Batman, but the latter shook his head. The Wayne family, which had never lost in terms of wealth, actually said it could not do anything. Now, even Barry was surprised. Everyone knew that Bruce Wayne had always appeared in front of everyone as a wealthy, money-spinning tycoon. In fact, a large part of the financial expenditure of the Justice League, as well as research funding, came from Batman's sponsorship. In addition to acting as a think tank and leader, he was also the sugar daddy. I'm sorry, Wayne Corp is not under my control, and I haven't been a doctor for many years. I'm afraid I can't help you with supercomputers and purchasing materials. Thomas Wayne said frankly, without any embarrassment. Then what do you live on? Barry asked with a puzzled face. Being a superhero was actually a rather expensive occupation. The purchase of various outfits and the building of secret bases all required certain economic strength. The Flash himself was funded by a lab grant and sponsored by investors. Superman had Kryptonian inheritance, a lonely fortress in the South Pole, which was enough to solve a lot of problems. Batman, Arrow, such rich people. There was nothing much to say about that. Even Wonder Woman had Themyscira's rich collection to fall back on. In short, the superhero wasn't an occupation of the masses that just anyone could join them. I opened a casino. Thomas Wayne coughed twice and said somewhat unnaturally. That's right. Batman of the Flashpoint world partnered with Penguin to contract 1/3 of Gotham's underground casino business. Compared to the boss of a company, this was really something undignified and not really something worthy of bragging about. Well, I thought that no matter which world, Batman will always be the richest one. Barry spat out a sentence. We have to find another way. The cosmic treadmill couldn't be created with no money. It was quite expensive. In this regard, there is someone who should be able to help. Thomas Wayne's eyes flashed. He remembered the man who worked for the government, that was, one of the members of the Justice League of the main universe, Cyborg. Instead of getting the mother box technologies, he transformed himself into a half-cyborg, half-human being in the Flashpoint world. This guy is the spokesman of the government. He is responsible for supervising the unstable factors like me. He can handle the research team and the funding problem. Thomas Wayne added. The guy had approached him many times, trying to get Batman to join the government. But neither Thomas nor Bruce liked to get involved in politics and were very resistant to officialdom. The government. Luke thought about it. He didn't forget that the Superman of the Flashpoint world was in the hands of the government. The Kryptonian spacecraft, which was supposed to fly to a Kansas farm, changed directions and landed directly in the center of the metropolis. This also led to Superman, as an alien from the very beginning, becoming the private property of the military. I think this plan could work. Luke's mouth twitched. Finally, I'll get a chance to meet my younger cousin. Comment. 13 comments. Vote. Chapter 448, Announcement. New Multiverse Fanfic. First Universe, Men in Black. Title, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Synopsis. Aliens wish to invade the Earth. Did I allow it? In the MIB, he was Agent N. In Transformers, he was a crazy driver. In the Avengers, he was a superhero who could arm wrestle with the Hulk. Tags: Men in Black, System, Action, Multiverse, Adventure, OP-MC, Marvel, DC. Please add to library. Comment. 8 comments. Vote. Chapter 449, Chapter 446 Falling in Metropolis, Subject 1. I have to admit, since last time, 2 months ago, when you refused to join me, I didn't expect to hear from you again. As soon as Cyborg saw Batman, he made an ambiguous opening remark. Frankly speaking, if we ignore him being a cyborg, he was a big burly man who was over 2 meters tall, 2/3 of his body covered with flesh, and the rest were metal parts. Judging from what he said above, Barry might think that Dr. Wayne had some secret affair. Just like his son, Bruce Wayne. The whole Justice League knew privately that Batman and Gotham's criminal Catwoman, as well as the Master Assassin's daughter Talia, had been entangled in an affair. Wonder Woman and Aquaman also made a bet on this, and Barry was also involved at that time. The bet was paying for the others' meals for 2 days. Superman kept silent after expressing his opinion that I don't think Bruce will ever get married in his life. Barry was more optimistic about Catwoman. He thought that the female thief, who also liked to go out at night, was quite suitable for Batman's schedule. Unexpectedly, the guy quietly had a son with the Master Assassin's daughter, Talia. This made Barry lose his bet, and for 2 days in a row, he had to dine on the lab's sandwiches and instant coffee. Victor, you look taller and stronger. Barry collected his thoughts. This was the case with extreme speed. His brain ran too fast, and it was too easy for him to think too much. People usually chatted with him but could never keep up with his rhythm. Therefore, he was the chatterbox of the group, talking to himself every time he met an enemy. Do we know each other? Cyborg wondered as he looked at him, looking at this fresh face, wearing a red uniform, with a lightning bolt on the chest. Batman never teamed up with anyone, always going at it alone. When did he get these 2 people beside him? Cyborg's gaze passed by the Flash and turned to Luke, who was silent. Compared to the harmless, not even a little aggressive, Barry Allen. The first impression of the latter was that he was indestructible and powerful. Just standing there, he was very oppressive. This may be the passive aura brought on by the body of steel. No, we have never met. Luke hooked Barry's shoulder to stop this guy from chattering. He is Gotham's newcomer, with super speed, called the Flash. Cyborg had a strange expression, but he didn't take it to heart. His focus was only on Batman. You didn't ask me to come here to introduce 2 new people and talk about old times, did you? Cyborg silently looked at Thomas Wayne. With superheroes and supercriminals becoming more and more active, the government needed a strong regulatory department. In his opinion, no one was more suitable for this role than Batman. Someone who made plans with no omission, never mixed personal feelings, and always kept a clear view of the bigger picture. Of all the superheroes he knew, only Batman could fulfill the above requirements. Do you still lack a think tank position in your team? Thomas Wayne glanced at Luke and Barry and made his intentions clear. I can either join or help. Really? Cyborg's dark face revealed a shocked look. Batman could actually change his mind. This is really surprising. But Thomas Wayne appreciated Cyborg's expression for a few seconds and uttered this annoying phrase. I want to build the team the way I want, the way I see fit, and I will select the men. Cyborg's eyes narrowed. He seemed to understand Batman. Then, he looked at the two newcomers next to them. Do you want to form a team? No problem. Cyborg nodded and agreed. What he needed were Batman's mind and his appeal. Gotham's Dark Knight, in fact, enjoyed some fame among superheroes and supercriminals. Having him would save them a lot of effort in the future. Why do supercriminals revere Batman? It was easy to understand. Just like the Joker, the Riddler, Two-Face, the Penguin, and other Gotham villains. They were all Batman fans. These supercriminals were keen on fighting Batman every day, scheming with each other, and then being confined to Arkham Asylum for the criminally insane for a vacation. That was the fun part of life. If Gotham didn't have Batman, those villains would soon get bored and try to move. So, starting with the Flash and Luke, they're the first two members of the team. When he saw the Cyborg's quick response, Batman probably figured out that this wasn't his opponent's bottom line and that there was room to keep asking for more. In addition, funding for activities, logistical staff, and scientific research are all essential. Cyborg considered it a moment and nodded in agreement. Anyway, after the formation of the Regulatory Department, under the control of the military, the funding was also provided by the Pentagon. For them, the annual military spending of over $100 billion was spent, adding another $1 billion was no big deal. I can meet any request you make on behalf of the government. The White House and Pentagon won't care about spending if they could curb the crimes committed by metahumans, which were rising sharply every year. Seeing that a consensus had been reached, Luke interjected at the right time and asked, since I joined the government's department, will I have access to some information? What do you want to know? One of Cyborg's eyes flashed red, and various data streams scrolled rapidly. He was connected to the Pentagon and the data centers of various intelligence agencies. He could read those confidential documents at any time. About the meteorite that fell in the metropolis 30 years ago. Luke was going to rescue his Kryptonian cousin Kal-El. The guy had been detained by the military since he was a child, and he was never exposed to the sun. According to the image in his memory, he was probably the thinnest of all the supermen. Instead of strong muscles, he looked like a dried pork chop. Are you interested in that? Cyborg was a little surprised. He looked at Batman. We are now a team, this requirement shouldn't be too much. Thomas Wayne didn't know why Luke was interested in the disaster in the metropolis. Barry's eyes flickered aside. He captured keywords such as metropolis and meteorite. Impossible. Clark. Unsurprisingly, the Flash thought of Superman. Okay, I'll do a search. Cyborg's mechanical eye was constantly flashing with red light, and the screening work was completed in less than half a minute. Yes, according to the secret archives of the Pentagon, it's actually a spaceship, which was transferred to the underground base in Metropolis. A team of tens of thousands of people are working on a project, their Project Superman. That's what the military calls it. There's still a part of the data that was destroyed. They seem to have found something else in that spaceship Subject 1. Cyborg didn't hide anything and shared the information he knew. Thank you for your help. Luke smiled and exchanged a look with Barry. He understood what he meant. There was no doubt that Superman was probably being held in a secret base in Metropolis. Half an hour later, When Cyborg left, Batman looked at Luke and Barry with a fierce gaze. Do you two have other plans? Or, are you going to do something behind me and Cyborg's backs? Thomas Wayne's observation was quite acute. Just through Luke's abnormal questions and Barry's expression, he could see their thoughts. Dr. Wayne. The honest Flash would inevitably feel a little confused and speak hesitatingly when confronted with such a question. Dr. Wayne, the reason why I looked for you was actually to find a relative. Luke's mental quality was much better than Barry's. He could speak nonsense with a serious expression. I have a cousin who landed on the Earth in a spaceship a long time ago. I arrived here much later than he did due to cosmic navigation problems and lost track of his whereabouts. Barry suddenly realized and made a surprised expression of I was right. You're Clark's cousin. I knew you had the same strong body, the same cloak and armor, and the same heat vision. Thomas Wayne sighed. If it weren't for his son Bruce, he really didn't want to get involved with these two guys. From the Flash through time and space to the alien who came to Earth. In just one day, his cognition was constantly refreshed. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. // Comment. 15 comments. Vote. Chapter 450, Chapter 447 Kryptonian Cousin, Young Feelings. In the next half a month, Luke began to help Barry build the cosmic treadmill. In name, Batman was building a team to gather a powerful force to fight against supercriminals. But secretly, all the funds for those activities were invested in the construction of the treadmill that could help them travel through time and space. Fooling Cyborg isn't easy. The Flash turned into a red streak, quickly running back and forth across the room, the sound of which reached Luke's ears with unerring accuracy. This seemed illogical because no matter who was moving at super speed, every word they spoke would be torn apart by the airflow. But the speed force was so illogical that even if Newton and Einstein were dug up from their graves, it would baffle them. It's okay, there's Dr. Wayne. Luke believed in Batman. Whether it was Thomas Wayne or his son. Everyone who became Gotham's Dark Knight would be versed in taking advantage of the trust of their teammates to deceive and exploit. It sounded like slander, but it was actually some kind of compliment. After all, this was the gritty DC universe. It was impossible for every superhero to be as sunny as Superman or the Flash. Batman, like Gotham, moved in the dark. You seem to know us well. Barry chatted while working. Through these days, he found that Luke, the Kryptonian cousin, seemed to know a lot of things. Like the formation of the Justice League and the story and origin of each member. The other side could say a few words, and maybe some of the details were wrong, but the general direction was correct. This puzzled Barry, knowing that in his time and space in the main universe, Clark never had a cousin. Oh, there was one cousin, Supergirl, Kara, a beautiful blonde. What's wrong with that? Clark and I have different personalities, Barry. Luke smiled and whispered. I'm not as passive as he is, always waiting for things to happen and then solve them. I like to grasp the initiative. So, after coming to Earth, the first thing I did was to collect information and analyze the data. Barry stopped, rubbed his chin, and lamented, that's more like Batman's work. Luke was non-committal and continued to look at the video on his computer. A female reporter named Louise Lane was reporting live from Australia. During the time when Luke and the Flash teamed up, the United Kingdoms formed by Atlantis and Themyscira made an appearance in the human world. 2 days ago, Hippolyta, the Amazon Queen, and the King of Atlantis, together, sent a request for a diplomatic meeting to all countries. This was the first contact that shocked the whole world. The extent of its sensation and the scope of its influence could hardly be summarized. Luke wasn't surprised. He was responsible for the trade diplomacy between Atlantis and the land world in the Marvel world. Those media reports, the national response, had already been staged once in another world. Luke's only worry was probably that, according to the distortion of the Flashpoint world, this peaceful diplomacy wouldn't end successfully. Accidents will happen, but I don't know when. It's really a headache. Luke lifted up his head and thought silently. Themyscira and Atlantis would be fighting, causing World War III. That was the main story of Flashpoint. By the way, Luke, have you found Clark's whereabouts? Seeing that the Kryptonian cousin was a little distracted, Barry thought the other party was worried about Superman. Before, from Cyborg's mouth, they found out that there was a secret base under Metropolis, as well as the military's ongoing Project Superman. However, considering that the cosmic treadmill wasn't finished yet, the Flash didn't directly go to rescue him. From the first day I arrived in Metropolis, I found out where the secret base was located. Luke's mouth turned up. It was just a reinforced concrete building. How could it stop him? However, after an in-depth investigation inside the base, he found that the scientists had really developed a lot of things. For example, lead was used to block supervision, and red sun-like radiation suppressed Kryptonian cells. I'm afraid this was also the reason why Superman still couldn't get out from under the military's control even after he became an adult. As Dr. Wayne said, I can't act immediately, it will alarm the government. Luke tapped his finger on the desktop as if he was thinking. But the cosmic treadmill is almost finished, and tonight may be the right time. Barry nodded. He could finish this treadmill by tomorrow at the latest. If all the friends from S.T.R.Labs were here, with Cisco and Caitlin, he could shorten the time by half. I don't know what happened to Clark. I hope he's okay. Barry's eyes flashed a touch of worry. Putting the words military and Superman together would always produce some bad connotations. I hope so. Luke stopped tapping his fingers. He thought that after rescuing Superman, he would go to Themyscira and meet Diana. It was best to work with the Flash to correct the mistakes of the Flashpoint world before an accident happened. This was the perfect plan. Sydney Opera House, Australia. Representatives from every country had arrived and were waiting for Themyscira and Atlantis to speak. One was from the land, and the other was from the sea. The alliance between these two civilizations and two countries shocked the world. In the face of the United Kingdoms, which had a longer heritage and a richer foundation, mankind showed a friendly attitude. Diplomacy, peace talks, trade, exchanges. These were all proceeding steadily. I don't like attending such occasions. Diana looked at the silky white evening dress and spoke unhappily. You are the Amazon princess, the best female warrior of Themyscira. How can you be absent from such an important meeting? Hippolyta chided softly. Don't be capricious, this is the best time to reveal ourselves to the outside world. Diana's mouth was pouted. She couldn't refute her mother. She could only whisper, I'd rather take part in a battle than wear a costume that's completely inappropriate for combat. According to the usual thinking of Amazon warrior women, this kind of tailored evening dress was no match for battle armor. This was true in terms of defense and the influence of wielding spears and swords. Could a few pieces of stitched fabric withstand an enemy's attack? Themyscira seeks peace. It can be achieved not only on the battlefield but also at the negotiating table. Hippolyta's words were very serious. Diana was too young and inexperienced. She still lacked experience in how to become a queen. I promise you, when this meeting is over, you can move freely, and I'll let you look for that male traveler. Seeing her daughter's reluctant expression, the Amazon queen relented and had to say so. The young man who left Themyscira in a hurry seemed to have taken Diana's heart with him. I don't want to look for him. That guy still owes me a gift. There's a saying in the world of man. It's natural and absolutely legal to ask people for something you were owed. Diana held her head high and tried to act heroic. Hippolyta shook her head, not exposing her daughter's true thoughts. Remember, it's just a man, Diana. Before leaving the room, the Amazon queen warned. He may not be ordinary, he could fight the sea monster of Atlantis alone and could leave Themyscira on his own, but no matter what, he's a mortal man. Compared with a demigod's life, his life is too short. Hippolyta did notice something unusual about Luke. The other party had a very faint aura of the gods. He was probably cared for by someone on Mount Olympus. This wasn't surprising. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, the group of gods, loved to live in the human world. Occasionally, when they were in a good mood, they would bless some mortals. Therefore, the Amazon queen's attitude was quite good, and she didn't treat the mortal man like other prisoners. What's wrong with mortal men? Diana recalled the vague dream that Luke, like a mighty warrior, had cleanly and efficiently dealt with the sea monster. That tall and sturdy figure, like a brand, burned a mark in her heart. When Hippolyta heard her daughter's argument, she sighed deeply and looked helpless. The Prince of Atlantis, the young man, named Arthur, seemed to be interested in Diana. Considering the alliance between the two parties, he was actually a good choice for a political marriage. Unfortunately, Diana wasn't interested in him. Young people's feelings. Hippolyta sighed with emotion.